Ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin very soon. Please take your seats and kindly silence your phones. Thank you very much for your cooperation. 提醒各位贵宾，我们大会马上就要正式开始了，请您准备就座，并且记得将手机转为震动或静音。非常谢谢您的配合。好，那我们各位贵宾前面都还有位子哦，都欢迎大家可以往前就坐。Feel free to sit in the front. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of Global Health and Welfare Forum in Taiwan 2025. 各位贵宾早安，欢迎继续参加我们第2天的2025台湾全球健康福祉论坛。We're now in parallel session 1, embracing challenges of the Asian population. 我们首先进行的是平行场次1，因应人口老化所带来的挑战呢。And now to open this session and introduce the speakers, please join me in welcoming your moderator, Professor Shosha Zheng, Dean of the College of Public Health, National Taiwan University, to the stage. 我们首先掌声欢迎我们场次的主持人，国立台湾大学公共卫生学院郑守夏院长到台上来。院长有请。
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Taipei. If you can feel the weather is dropping and the rain is raining, and I really appreciate you're willing to attend this meeting. This morning, the title of this session is Embracing Challenges of Aging Population. In this session, we are going to have 4 speakers from 4 different nations. The first one will be from Belgium. The second one will be from Japan. The third one will be from Switzerland. And the third one will be from Taiwan with Dr. Chen Lianggong. Each one has 15 minutes to make the presentation, and we will save the Q&A session in the end of the panel after their talks. For this topic, I believe every nation in the world are facing a rapid aging population. If you can see our audience, perhaps dark hairs are more popular in here, and if you can see some gray hairs, aging is inevitable. The population getting older and older, and the challenges to the society or to the government, they may bring impact in various dimensions. It's a social affairs, it's health concerns, even it's a national defense problem. So for these different challenges, today I believe we are going to focus on health and healthcare and well-being and the system. How can we sustain this kind of care we provided to every elderly in our society? In Taiwan, perhaps we have this national health insurance which covers almost everything for the past 30 years. I believe yesterday many speakers has discussed the success and the challenges for Taiwan's national health insurance system. We have problems too. I believe even in Japan, they are most experienced in handling aging problems, except the bear attack recently news. That's another issue, I think. For Taiwan, I believe the welfare, the coverage is not good enough. And the social care linked with medical care need more improvement. We have a big gap over there. And I believe our speaker today can address all these different perspectives to face different challenges. Perhaps we can learn from each other with our experience and the problems we are dealing with, especially if there's hard lessons we can learn from each other. Usually this conference will say good things or, wow, something's successful for us. If we can learn from those efforts failed to achieve its goal, I believe we can learn even more from those failures to avoid to fail again like that. All right, so I believe this session will be very, very fruitful and good for our experience exchange. So I'm going to introduce the first speaker, Mrs. Karine Moikens from Belgium. She has been the Secretary General for 12 years already, and Secretary of the Finnish Department of Care. I just learned several years ago, they merged the Department of Health and Department of Care into one. So this department takes care of infectious acute care, doctors, hospitals, long-term care, infectious disease, almost everything related to health issues in Flemish department in Belgium. Okay, so let's welcome Secretary General, please.
Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. It's a real pleasure for me being invited back to the Global Health Forum. It's a special edition marking the 30th anniversary of the Taiwan National Health Insurance Administration, and we warmly congratulate you on reaching this remarkable milestone. May the coming years be marked by innovation, cooperation, and a continued focus on the public interest. Ladies and gentlemen, as you saw in the title slate, and as our moderator just said, I am the Secretary General of the Flemish, so not the Belgian, but the Flemish Department of Care. And you will understand that I therefore need to outline the context. Belgium is a constitutional monarchy and one of the founding members of the European Union. We have been a member since 1958 and a member of the Eurozone since 2002. Our capital is Brussels, and we have 3 official languages: Dutch, there's also my language, French, and German. With an area of about 31,000 square kilometers, we are a relatively small country, but in 2024, we had a gross domestic product of 614 billion euros, approximately 22 trillion Taiwanese dollars. We have a population of approximately 12 million inhabitants with an average life expectancy of 82.4 years. Some important and well-known cities, if ever you come over to my country, are, besides Brussels, also Antwerp, Ghent, and Bruges. Belgium consists of 3 regions and 3 communities. Explaining the difference between the two would take us really too far afield. So I will limit myself to the region I represent here today, namely Flanders in the north of the country. Flanders has a population of approximately 6.8 million inhabitants, uses Dutch as an official language, has a gross domestic product per capita of approximately 47,300 euros expressed in purchasing power standards, and has a population below the poverty threshold of 7.7%, which is significantly lower than the EU average of 21%. The powers that we exercise in Flanders in the field of health and social policy include mental health care, primary care, prevention, social care, non-medical care, elderly and home care, long-term care, etc. You see them all on the slide. As Secretary General, I am in charge of the Department of Care, an organization with approximately 800 employees, 12 departments, and a budget of more than 7 billion euros. We are part of the Flemish policy area of welfare, public health, and family, which has a budget of approximately 17.5 billion euros. And this amounts to more than 27% of the total budget of the Flemish government. Ladies and gentlemen, this year, Forum's slogan is towards sustainable success in the 21st century. And the key word there is, of course, sustainable, meaning meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. That is the basis of belief in progress. And that is where the challenge begins, because our societies are facing a great many challenges. To name but a few: climate change and its impact on our health, geopolitical instability, inequalities, a shortage of skilled healthcare personnel, and a rapidly aging population. Policymakers must tackle all these challenges simultaneously and find solutions, even though public finances are under severe pressure, even in a prosperous country like Belgium. In the federal government's budgets, efforts will have to be made in all areas to close the budget deficit. This also applies to the Flemish government, which will have to make choices. The Flemish government is planning to total savings of 1.5 billion in the 2026 budget, which is the biggest restructuring exercise ever in Flanders, even though with a GDP of 343 billion euros, it's a prosperous region. There are many challenges I could elaborate on, but my time is limited, so I will focus on one of the major challenges facing our societies: the affordability of long-term care, particularly care for the elderly. Taiwan is facing one of the fastest demographic transitions in the world. You achieved the status of an aged society already in 2018 and expected to achieve the status of a super-aged society 2025. And on the left here, you can see the age pyramid for Belgium with a heavy top and narrower base, and on the right, Taiwan with a more constrictive pyramid. This extreme speed is the direct result of a combination of low birth rate, low mortality rates, and low immigration. This leads to a sharp decline in the working population and the projection of an excessive dependency ratio. The European Union and Flanders are experiencing a more gradual, but nonetheless structurally challenging aging population. The EU is already considered one of the oldest regions in the world. Since 2012, there has been a natural demographic deficit in the European Union. Currently, this is being offset by migration, but these migration flows are not expected to be sufficient to counteract the decline after 2026. At the beginning of 2023, there were approximately 2.3 million people aged 65 or older in Belgium, and this age group now accounts for almost 20% of the population, and this share is expected to rise to more than 25% by 2050. The aging population inevitably leads to an increase in functional dependence and multi-morbidities, as was also pointed out by the minister yesterday, and that particularly among people over the age of 80. This trend is forcing governments to significantly expand and finance universal formal care systems, which inevitably leads to an increase in public spending. This is also a conscious choice because we in Belgium and Flanders, we want to maintain, of course, our welfare state, a social system for all our citizens that provides social security, education, healthcare, and other public services. And this funding is mainly provided through taxes and social security contributions. In 2025, Belgium spent more than 45 billion euro on public health expenditure. This amount falls within the broader social security budget, with amounts to around 145 billion euros. We expect that public health expenditure as a percentage of GDP to rise to 10.7% in 2050 and to 10.8% in 2070. Analysis predicts that expenditure on long-term care will almost double as a percentage of GDP by 2050. Choices will therefore have to be made once again. As I mentioned in my introduction, Belgium is a federal country with a federal government on the one hand and regional governments on the other, all of which exercise their policies with full authority. The federal social security system, in particular the compulsory health insurance for all Belgians, reimburses medical expenses, while the Flemish social protection, worth a total of around 4 billion euros, focuses on non-medical expenses for Flemish people in need of care. This includes, for example, special nutrition, care materials, home care, family assistance, etc. You can therefore consider the Flemish social protection as an extra layer on top of the existing Belgian social security system. The Flemish social protection provides three types of care budgets. First of all, a monthly budget for people in need of intensive care, for example, in a residential care center or at home. The care budget amounts to 140 euros per month. Secondly, a care budget for elderly people in need of care. This is a contribution to cover the costs of care for elderly people with limited income and health problems. The maximum amount depends on the level of care required and income. And thirdly, we have a budget for people with disabilities. And this is a monthly tax-free budget of 300 euros for people with a physical or mental disability. They receive it automatically provided they meet, of course, certain conditions. In addition, the Flemish social protection also provides assistance for mobility aids like wheelchairs, mobility scooters, etc., and also supports for stays in residential care centers, short stay centers, daycare centers, etc. Every resident of Flanders aged 26 and over is required to pay an annual contribution due to increasing pressure on public finances. The Flemish government decided to increase the healthcare premium from 64 to 100 euros per resident per year. The healthcare budget, based on the principle of solidarity, amounts to around 400 million euros and creates an additional social safety net for more than 300,000 Flemish people in need of care. The remaining funds for the financing of the Flemish social protection come from the Flemish government, among others, and amounts to approximately 2 billion euros a year. You understand that anyone who wants to implement policy needs financial resources, a lot of financial resources, and often this involves money, public money. Every euro we spend must therefore be carefully considered. In order to estimate the predictability of rising expenditure on elderly care, the Flemish government is now working on a care forecast model that should be operational in 2029. Like many governments, the Flemish government budgets for elderly care and home care primarily on the basis of demographic figures. However, in the long term, this means we are not properly meeting people's actual needs and are not taking the local situation into account, and the care forecast model aims to change this. With this model, the government wants to gain a better understanding of the current and future care needs of the Flemish people. In time, the model can also be used to evaluate and simulate policy, so that provision and budgets can be better planned. We are starting with a first version focused on elderly care in residential care centers, home care and care budgets. In addition to the competent Flemish minister and my Department of Care, knowledge institutions are also involved so that the model has a scientific basis. We are not basing our approach on what is politically desirable, but on what is financially feasible, based on hard figures and facts. We will start with 4 modules, each of which will make separate predictions. The first one, we will use population figures to make a population projection. For example, we can predict how many women between the ages of 80 and 85 will live in a particular municipality. Module 2, we predict how many people in this group will have an effective need for care. In the third one, we concern the provision of care. Here we predict, based on Model 2, of course, what their needs will be in terms of, for example, residential elderly care or home care. And finally, Module 4, once we know how much care provision we need, we translate this required provision into budgets and other operational resources. In the long term, this healthcare forecast model in Module 5 will also enable us to evaluate policy decisions that have been made. In addition to evaluations, we will also be able to carry out policy simulations in the future. If the situation changes, what will be the repercussions on, for example, the required healthcare provision or the required budget? This healthcare forecast model is therefore unique and goes beyond current models that are based solely on demographic figures, and what's more, it looks at people's actual healthcare needs, their healthcare preferences, and the level of informal care available in their neighborhood. Dear colleagues, Ladies and gentlemen, I conclude. Road ahead of us is full of challenges. From an aging population to an economy under pressure, from rising healthcare costs to a growing need for solidarity. But let us not forget, every crisis also carries the seeds of renewal. It is in these turbulent times that the role of government is crucial, not as a distant authority, but as a beacon of trust, justice, and decisiveness. So let us build together a future in which policy not only responds, but also inspires. And that choice starts with us, with every expert, every policymaker, every civil servant who remembers that serving society is the highest form of leadership. I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for Secretary General's inspiring talk. And the second speaker from Japan will be Professor Kenji Toba. As we know, Japan is the first nation have a super aged population in the world. So I believe Professor Toba can bring us a lot of experience. Let's welcome Professor Toba.
Okay, thanks. So I would like to talk about the universal, good morning, everyone. I would like to talk about the universal healthcare changes and sustainability in Japan. Japan's universal health coverage is sustainable or not? I answered, sometimes yes, sometimes no, depend on the weather. So, I would like to talk about the characteristics of Japanese medical system. First, full medical service are covered by one health insurance card. Copayment is less than 30% of medical expense. Total medical expenses are covered half and half of insurance fee and tax. Medical services are done by 340,000 medical doctors and 1.3 million nurses, mainly 80% work in private hospitals and clinics. Second, free access system is unique in the world. Everyone can choose any doctors, regardless of primary physicians or most skillful professor with highest reputation in Japan. Patients and customers select doctors by famous doctor ranking book or internet. It's a very problem. This is how to find a board-certified geriatrician. You can find my name, maybe here, and my daughter here. I will mention about the main 3 points related longevity. First, the relationship of economic growth and longevity. Second, establish universal health coverage. Third, target of universal health care had been announced by the government, NHLW, with related policies or law. These policies include Cancer Control Act, Metabolic Syndrome Act, and recently focus is on frailty and dementia. Both are important heavy burden of budget of long-term care. In the slide, horizontal axis shows GDP per capita, and the vertical axis shows the average lifespan. Japan show in blue dashed arrows show the slow improvement of longevity or economic growth before World War II. This nice trend was broken by disaster of World War II in red arrow, and average lifespan down to the 30s. The economic recovery after World War II brought amazing increase in health expectancy. These trends were accelerated the introduction of universal health coverage, medical insurance of whole nation in 1961. This year is the 64th anniversary, but I haven't heard no celebration. However, extended longevity causes increase of medical cost. For example, medical cost for older who are 75 years or older is expected to account for half of gross national medical cost in 2030. Japanese government has tried to save the cost by introducing hiking co-payment and long-term care insurances. Japanese medical services high level with low cost. Financial balance is very bad and critical. Ministry of Finance say it is impossible to maintain universal health care at this rate. Because of ever-increasing medical expenses, it is doubtful whether UHC system in Japan is sustainable. Long-term care insurance slowed down the speed. However, it is only life-prolonging effect. Expensive new drugs and advanced medical image examination accelerated the speed again. Government decided to reduce the number of acute care hospitals up to 2/3. Also plans to cut reimbursement of medical fee of clinics. Further, started to try to exclude patches, allergy drugs, and cold medicine from medical insurance. People have to buy these drugs in drugstore in their own pocket. How to reduce the medical cost with safe medical care? Because 10 or more drugs cause more than 20% of drug adverse reaction in the lower panel. Prevention of so-called super polypharmacy bring benefit to patient. If super polypharmacy is not covered by health insurance, 1 trillion yen will be saved yearly. For the sustainability of UHC, to keep health up to 90 is important because after 90, hospital days and medical cost is smaller than those of 80 years old. Then we talk about the dementia and frailty. Dementia and frailty is a very important cause of the dependence in Japan. Important challenge is dementia. The number of people with dementia in Japan is ever increasing. In 2015, already 4.65 million elderly people suffer from dementia. The number is expected to increase 7 million in 2025. However, the prediction was completely wrong. In 2025, the number of dementia is only 4.7 million. What has happened? You know, well, modifiable risk factors for dementia in Lancet 2024. Here I show the trend of several important risk and protective factors in recent years in Japan. In women, except for diabetes, hypertension, obesity, smoking, exercise, and education period are improved. In men, challenges are still in diabetes, hypertension, and obesity. However, I believe these reduction of risk and promotion of protection factors for dementia contribute to the decrease of prediction of number of dementia in 2025. Lifestyle intervention will be important to prevent cognitive decline in older persons and save medical costs. To find early signs of cognitive decline, we have a good system for GP who can make diagnosis, preventive advice, and use medical care resources. 850,000 GPs collaborate with 3,000 dementia specialists and works with nearly 500 medical centers for dementia where MRI and SPECT are available. There is a huge difference in the universal care about the dementia among Southeast Asian countries. However, we have to prepare the challenges in rapid aging wave in coming 20 to 30 years. Japanese situation and the problem to solve are becoming common challenges in all Southeast Asian countries in future. I change the topics to frailty. Frailty is defined as vulnerable to stress. Most stressful event is acute illness in the hospital. People 70 or younger recovered their activity of daily living after the treatment of hospital admission. However, 80 years or older, less than half of patients can recover their activity of daily living. These patients are called frail elderly. Impact of frailty was first, only 5% of frail patients after surgery can return to home. Second, risk of polypharmacy-related death is 2 to 6 times larger than that of robust. Third, risk of dementia is double. Fourth, risk of fall is 2 to 6 times than that of robust people. Prevalence of frailty is increasing with advancing age. Age 75 or older, frail or pre-frail elderly was more than half of the population in Japan. It should be stressed that frailty is not in one way to worsening processes. More than 1/3 of frail subjects can be back to pre-frail stage. Further, 1/4 of pre-frail people improve and back to robust. These changes are observed without intervention. These data encourage to promote development of Frail Prevention Act. In really, following the result of walking speed, grip strength, we try to analyze the changes in frailty in recent 5 years. Prevalence of frailty is remarkably decreased. The reason of result will be partly because of the nationwide movement to preventive care and healthy promotion. However, unfortunately, COVID-19 disturbed this nice trend. Dementia and frailty were increased by 50%. Healthy life expectancy in the world also dropped 1.5 years during the pandemic period. In Japan, this is secular changes in incidence of frailty data in Japan. During pandemic of COVID-19, robustness decreased and frailty was increased. To achieve frail prevention in universal health coverage, joint cooperation of science specialists with geriatrician, frail support physician, and frail support nurses are essential. We started the education system of frail support physician nurse from 2019, cooperated with Japan Medical Association and the Japanese Nurse Association. We expected this movement will be favorable for sustainability of Japanese universal health coverage system. In summary, to achieve the sustainable universal health coverage, first, targeted planning is important. Second, next task will be AI-assisted early detection of frailty and cognitive decline. Third, cooperation of acute care hospital will be unavoidable. Concentration of acute care hospital will be unavoidable. Small acute care hospital will disappear in coming 30 years. Fourth, to promote healthy longevity is good for universal health coverage sustainability. Training frail support medical staffs is one key solution of hospital community alignment and collaboration. Finally, I have to say thanks and very honored to invited me to a great conference of 30th anniversary of Taiwan universal health coverage care. We have kept long-lasting friendship and cooperation in the field of dementia and frailty in aging society. We need to go forward in step by step together for the sustainability of universal health coverage. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks very much, Professor Toba, for the excellent sharing of their experiences. Next speaker will be Professor Bettina Borisch. She is the Chief Executive Director of the World Federation of Public Health Association, and she was also the university at the University of, is a professor at the University of Geneva. So let's welcome Professor Borisch. She told me the other day she's going to cover dolphins and whales and elephants in her speech. Let's welcome her.
Excellencies, friends from Taiwan, thank you for having me and happy anniversary. What an achievement, 30 years of a single payer. And we learned so much. I really, really would like to congratulate you coming from a country, Switzerland, where we still struggle with 60 insurance companies for a population of 8 million people. I'm still and always proposing people to look at the Taiwanese system by telling them, yes, it works. And very frequently I'm teaching about your system. So every time I come here, I learn more. You may have realized I had the right to choose my topic myself, and I called it Aging as a Worldwide Movement. We are all into it. As our moderator said, in this room, we are all aging, today another day, and we want probably to think as very healthy of ourselves and going on like that. So for me today, I'll try to avoid the word burden and the negative framing that we usually take up when we talk about age. We have seen all these demographics, and as the speakers already mentioned, almost all countries will look like Germany here on the slide. And only very rare countries still look like the one in Nigeria. What I would like to say is, interestingly, we cherish ourselves by saying our healthcare improved life expectancy. We try to work that also in Nigeria the infant mortality goes down and that people can live longer. And once we have done that, we say aging is a burden. So I wonder what we are doing, really. We hope for Nigeria to get infant mortality down and also get a longer life expectancy. For the case in Germany, it is like our colleague from Japan just now showed. After the Second World War, there was a special situation. We call it the baby boomer generation. There was high birth rate, but low infant mortality. 100 years ago, there was such a high infant mortality in Germany. These boomers, they had the best start. They had a healthcare system. They had good food. They still moved themselves, not sitting in front of the screen. They had everything to get good start in life, and when they became a little bit older, they encountered a well-organized healthcare system that took care of these or other things. So let's say that the baby boomer was an exceptional thing. I don't think that we will see that again in this situation. But let me come back to the fact, why do we look negatively at age? And we call that ageism. Ageism is the stereotypes that we have with age. We have negative ones with old age, but we also have negative ones with young age. I see young students here in the room. You know, some of the elderly think that young people are lazy, that they only talk about work-life balance, that they are not like us working, and so forth. We have stereotypes, and we do discriminate about ages. And we should not do that. And this is something we have to keep in mind. Every age, young age, middle age, has to be accepted as a valuable part of society. We know it. There is no country in the world that will not have this, what we call demographic transition. And the important thing is what happens first in Japan, Southeast Asia, Europe, happens in all other places in the world, especially low and middle income countries, where then healthcare systems are weaker. And we also have heard already yesterday that the pace for aging society is faster than it has been before. So, these are the key facts. But I would like to talk about the misconceptions about aging and health. Number one, first of all, there is not a typical elder person. Look at us here in the room. I mean, we clearly know that as we progress with age, the diversity increases. There are people who are running a marathon at age 70, and there are people at age 50 who are not able to get up from a chair on their own without help. And this diversity in elder populations is not random. It reflects the inequities that people have been living through and their social environment and their possibilities of growing older. And something that I've seen with data that we collected in Geneva, my hometown, people have the vision that, people below 50 think that all people above 80 live in elderly homes. Not true. In Geneva, I asked my younger colleagues, younger than me, that's young, how many people do you think in Geneva above 80 live independently in their homes? They say probably the half of them. No, it's 20%. The others live independently in their own homes or in their own family surroundings. So the other misconception is, yes, aging populations will increase costs for healthcare, but not as much as expected, because we will be embracing and we will find other things. We are already working on it. We have seen it from the previous speaker. You can do a lot of things to have healthy aging. And no, these very famous things like the new 50 and new 60, that's not true. We are aging, definitely. Also, the biology cannot be fooled. Another misconceptions are, yeah, genetically, my grandfather and so forth. No, it's not all about genes. It's a lot about the social determinants and the possibilities you have to live healthy in a long way. Something that goes on social systems and creates a lot of political, I would say, anger. No, mandatory retirement does not create jobs for the young. It's not. So also retirement age is a very highly debated thing. I'll come back to that later. And please let us think that in old age, health does not mean the absence of disease. You may have little things that do not work the same way, but you're still the same patient and still the same person and still actively participating in life. Let's say you may wear glasses for reading. This is not a disease. You may have a hearing aid, but you're still actively everywhere. And so you collect 3, 4 things, but I would say you're still in good health. So good health in old age is not the absence of things that we label as disease. A lot of people, when I listen, say, yes, in former times, family was taking care. Yeah, but social mobility, people are moving. People are doing their studies in faraway countries. Maybe they meet a partner there and then the family part grows up there from Belgium, maybe in, who knows, Norway, Erasmus students. And that's what is all around. We are moving around, our families are moving around. So don't ask families to be the only place. And families are important, but they cannot, if it comes to serious care problems, provide it all alone. And last but not least, expenditure on elderly people is an investment and not a cost. I'll come to that. You know, and we've heard that WHO has declared, together with UN has declared, and then WHO took over, this 21 to 30, the 20th, is the decade of aging, of healthy aging. And they want to bring together all the knowledge and everything, the media, the journalists, how we can go about the healthy aging. This should be 10 years where we put our brains together and look at how we can make it. And this UN decade will exactly act against these things that I taught, against health inequities, the social determinants, but also act against ageism, how we think, how we feel, but also create communities, not only families, that are able to live with elder people and not exclude them and put them in a silo somewhere. Again, primary care, being closer to the real needs and looking at all the small little things that don't go well, how well can we integrate them? And finally, if there is a real problem, then provide elderly people with the needs, with the things they really need, and not put all of them into one and the same elderly home. We are here in a Congress where we talk about health burden, and I haven't heard the word longevity. You can have hundreds of Congress that only talk about longevity and all the good things you can buy and sell and do healthy and longevity. It's a big business. We don't talk about that. There is this other side that looks at the business model of longevity. I think you have heard about that. But this is not part of UN language, and it's not part of WHO language, and also not part of our language. But don't forget, there are lots of activities around who make it a business model. So, demography is not the only thing that is changing. My colleague Karin has mentioned it. There are a lot of things changing. I took this little graph from Germany here with a very fixed age for you stop working at 65. Well, even in Germany, it's no longer the case. It has changed. So we are changing other things as well and continuously changing. And while on the other side, we will all have demographies. On top, you have Nigeria, and then followed by Mexico and China and Japan that have different age distributions. We will have a lot of societal change, a lot. And these changes are all around, and they are important and will influence what happens. And they can happen step by step or quick. The causes have also been mentioned by Karin already. Technology. Now we are very much on our phones. The baby boomers were not. Economics changes. We have a concentration of money in some places, in some hands as well. We have political movements like right-wing. We heard that from Martin yesterday. We have also the demographics, but they interact with all these changes, and we have ideological changes. We don't talk about the climate. There are a lot of things that change. One thing doesn't change. I'll come to that. So we should look at what are the causes of the causes. I think Southeastern Asian countries talk about low reproductivity. Probably we should look at the different roles men and women play in society to see how this interacts with low reproductivity. We have questions if we should have another model of economy and so forth. All and a lot of changes. But what does not change? Women live longer everywhere. All around the world, women live longer. They outlive men by 6 to 10 years in Russia, 6 in the US. We know that, but nobody is really interested in this topic. I am. And some biologists are also. They asked, and they have found that besides us, the humans, there are elephants and whales that live longer than their reproductive age. They live 30 to 40 younger, the females in these societies, and the societies of elephants are very well organized. So this is what anthropologists led to the grandmother hypothesis, saying that probably women, elderly women, have an important role in society to play, at least in elephant and whale societies. The matriarchs, the elder females, teach society, organize society, and do contribute very importantly to society. And some anthropologists say that's probably because we as female human beings do tend to live longer. The whales as well. It has been recently found that the elder female orcas transmit even ecological knowledge to the next generations. So you see, I come to my end, that there are perhaps, if we look in another way at aging, positive sides of a well-managed aging society. I put all the C's together. We could have a more cohesive, a more connected society, more caring, a competitiveness about the good things. And I think you all know that how we live together is a philosophical problem. My slide is a Geneva author, Rousseau, who thought about how we live together, and his famous book is Du Contrat Social, about a social contract, but this was written in 1762. How we live together, we have to think over nowadays. Who wants, needs what, and how will we connect? And I like to propose the new social contract. A lot of people are thinking about that. And this is the book of Minouche Shafik, former director of London School of Economics. She called it What We Owe Each Other. And I would like to play it here for let us think together, embrace our societies as they age, and see what we owe each other. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks a lot for Professor Borges' inspiring talk. And next, we're going to invite Professor Chen Lianggong. He's the superintendent of the Taipei Municipal Guandu Hospital, and he's also a professor at National Yangmin Jiaotong University, and he's a famous geriatrics in Taiwan. Let's welcome Professor Chen.
Hi, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a great pleasure to share some information with you today. Today we're here talking about the 30th anniversary of National Health Insurance. 30 years ago, the percentage of people aged over 65 of Taiwan it just reached 7%. And the healthcare expenditure of National Health Insurance by that time is 200 billion. And now, 30 years later, our older people percentage reached 20%. And the healthcare expenditure become 1 trillion. And the life expectancy 30 years ago is about 75. This year, we're about 81. So things are changing so rapidly. In the past 30 or 20 years, there are a lot of things we've done, and we have achieved some goals, but we're also facing some challenges today. So I'm going to share some of our information with you. So I think you probably all know the WHO and the United Nations, they have their global actions for the healthy aging. Back in 2015, the document of World Report on Aging and Health, the WHO experts, they defined healthy aging, which is they place the emphasis on functional ability instead of diseases. And in 2017, they published the ICOPE. They emphasized to reach the goal of healthy aging, you need integrated care at a community and population level. Then back to 2021 to 2030, there's a global action. So the UN decade for healthy aging. So now it's in the middle, 2025. So over the world, a lot of countries are doing all the actions related to healthy aging. Taiwan is the same. And if you look at their strategies of the WHO, it is quite in line with the principles of preventive medicine, that it is still the primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention. But this time, it's not focused on individual disease. It focuses on function. So it's preventing disability and dementia, taking a life course approach, and hoping all the things can happen in the community at population level with good integration between health and social services. So this is a big framework of the WHO. But as I just mentioned to you, that Taiwan, it is a rapidly aging country, and our national health insurance, our universal health coverage started back in 30 years ago. And I think we are quite famous for lacking properly working gatekeeping systems. So people are able to visit all the doctors they like, and so is the healthcare system. In the past 30 years, the healthcare system has been developed based on the organ specialty systems. So that every specialty run their services. So it also makes the people seeking for the medical services in this way. It creates a lot of fragmentation in healthcare. So the principles of the WHO eventually is calling for a paradigm shift for the whole healthcare system. The healthcare system needs to act the previously as a reactive model, just passively seeing the patient, to a proactive model. You have to go to the community, making your citizens more healthier, and moving from treatment-based to prevention-based, and moving from disease-centric to prevention-centric. So all of those things, disease is still important, but we need to think about multi-mobility, because when people are getting older, you're not only having one disease, you're going to have maybe, in Taiwan, on average, people age over 65 is more than 3 chronic conditions, which means you need to manage multi-mobility at the same time. And managing those multi-mobility, the ultimate goal is to prevent disability and dementia in a later life. So this is the overall goal. But you can see that, if you look at Taiwan, you can see that, I think in the 30 years, our healthcare system and our people is going to face some challenge. I think the 2 major keywords, one is complexity, because people are getting older, having more conditions. It is about disease and also about care. And the healthcare delivery is fragmented. So it's complexity and fragmentation that make some difficulty for us to manage the healthcare system in Taiwan. But we try to bridge the gap in the past 20 years by strong scientific evidences. And luckily, those scientific evidence has become the national policies. So we have achieved some goals. So based on that condition, on average, older person in Taiwan, every year they're going to visit the outpatient services for nearly 30 times a year. And because of its organ specialty-based practice. But then we started our pilot model something like 10 years ago, that we found that the integrated outpatient services combining multi-mobility and the functional reablement program all together can eventually reduce the annual health expenditure by over 30% and improve the quality of care by 50%. And now it becomes the policy of the national health insurance. And we also expand the services to the acute care, because those things happening in outpatient also happened in the inpatient care. It's also organ specialty-based care services. So we also introduced the geriatric acute unit, so that trying to provide the integrated care at the inpatient level for patients with multiple complex care needs and frailty. And we have successfully reduced the in-hospital mortality and reduced their further disability rate. So it's kind of a success in managing those complex patients. And we do not have post-acute care services before, until 10 years ago. So after our pilot model showing that the post-acute care services can reduce the risk of disability, also reduce the further future mortality risk. So it also become a national policy. Now, a lot of frail older people with different conditions, they have programmed post-acute care services nationwide. And for the communities, we're hoping to promote disability and dementia prevention. So we did a national randomized control trial published in the Lancet series, showing that it's like the finger model in the Finland. So we found the incorporating the primary care physician together with the multi-domain lifestyle modification eventually can improve the chronic condition management, reduce the risk for disability, dementia, and depression. So it is a good integrated care services. So over the countries, some hospitals, some regional government, they are promoting those services as well. We also have a national policy to implement different kinds of programs for frailty prevention and dementia prevention. But not everyone are in the same model, but government is doing it. So with all those things, we still need to look after people who living with disability and dementia. Unlike the health insurance, long-term care is a taxation-based services in Taiwan based on several reasons. And the government started the so-called long-term care 1.0 back in something like 2007. It's a relatively small program with a limited budget. It's a highly social model in the community. And in 2017, the long-term care 2.0, they expand the budget and to cover a lot of citizens living in the community. But it is still a social model, basically. This model emphasizes home and community care services. And by next year, government is going to launch the long-term care 3.0. This time is the health, social care, integrated care model. So they're going to have more medical involvement in the long-term care services with more emphasis on the institutional care. So this is what happened in the past 20 years that Taiwan has done to tackle the population aging issue. So if you look at this data that is published in the revision of the nature aging, that we compare Eastern country and the Western country in the past 20 years, how we experience those things. And if you compare the health life expectancy of the Asian countries and OECD country, you can see in the right, on your right hand lower middle part, that's a cluster of the OECD countries. So most of the OECD countries are quite similar, very homogeneous. They're having the life expectancy around 82, 83 years, and similar healthy life expectancy. But if you look at the 4 Asian countries, Japan, Korea, Taiwan, and Singapore, we have slightly longer healthy life expectancy. And the y-axis stands for the aging speed in the past 20 years. So those countries are aging faster and keeping relatively healthier life expectancy. But the 4 countries' life expectancy are not exactly the same. Japan is the longest, something like 85. Taiwan, Singapore, Korea are similar, 81, 82, something. But if you look at the unhealthy years, that has some differences. For the European countries, the OECD countries are still highly homogeneous. But Taiwan relatively has a shorter unhealthy life year. It's about 10% of the life expectancy. Most the developed countries maybe have 12% something. But I have to say that that is also the challenge of Taiwan, because our life expectancy this year is only 81. If we're going to reach 85 like Japan, we have to make sure in the coming 4 years, the 4 extra years needs to be healthy. Otherwise, it will be similar to other countries or even worse. So the challenges of Taiwan is when we're going toward an even longer living country, we have to make sure the unhealthy life year is not going to expand based on the current status. But there are still some challenges even now. I'd like to echo that I deeply believe aging is not a burden, but aging indeed is a challenge. So that we have to come out with solutions. There is ongoing challenges, which is expanding. We did an international comparison between Taiwan and Korea. Why Korea? Because the percentage of older people are similar. The percentage at the time of initiating long-term care services, similar. The healthcare insurance, similar. So we want to see, based on the similar conditions and the government system, do human beings behave the same across country? So we want to know whether we use the national health insurance database from both Taiwan and Korea. We have a random sample, have 1 million people, a population representative sample, and we stratify them. We use the almost 400,000 people who age over 45 for comparison, stratified by age group and frailty status to see their healthcare expenditure, and their healthcare utilization, and mortality. And one important key factor is we want to see where the care fragmentation really matters. So we use 3 different continuity index, see how patients seeing doctors, whether they're seeing the same doctors, same institutions, or they are jumping between hospitals. So the data from Taiwan shows that, well, our continuity is not very good internationally. So that's reasonable because Taiwan do not have a strong gatekeeping process. And the older people have higher healthcare expenditure, worse healthcare outcome, okay? And the frailty matters. People with severe frailty, moderate to severe frailty has worse healthcare outcomes than the robust people. That is reasonable. That's what we know. And that also happened in Korea. Korea is exactly the same. Only one key difference is Taiwanese people like to use emergency department more than Korean. So the frail older people go to emergency department much more frequent than Korean. So the two countries have similar systems, with different cultures or different backgrounds, they behave the same in the same system. But there's one thing we observe with strong curiosity, that is a paradox, that we found that people with severe frailty who had a higher healthcare resource utilization, but they are less likely to die after adjustment for continuity index. So fragmentation under these circumstances reduce the mortality risk. Why? That doesn't make sense because in the previous trials and from the evidence before, we know that integration creates better efficiency. Better efficiency should be more sustainable for the system and should be better for the people. The biggest confounding factor here is the informal care resources. The families still take a strong responsibility of looking after the older people. So the family spend a lot of time paying a lot of money, seeing multiple doctors, trying to seek for all the care possible. But we know the fertility of both countries are dropping. And because of the globalization for the job opportunity, it is impossible for the countries in most Eastern Asia to maintain the current status depending on your family resources. So we think that paradox should be, although it reduced the mortality risk, but it doesn't mean good quality. It doesn't mean efficient care model. So we think at this level, like Professor Toba just mentioned, we need a national frailty services. That we need to collect those patients, those people with multiple complex care needs, providing them highly integrated process. Because they may utilizing both healthcare and long-term care services at the same time. If we do not provide a coordinated integration, we're hoping them to live with independence. So a national program is important. Like Professor Toba mentioned, that the preferred and frail older people in Japan is people age over 75 exceeds 50% of the total people, and they are potentially reversible. So we need to have a national action to manage all those challenges. So this is the last slide, and I would like to share some of the success of Taiwan in the past 20 years and the coming challenges we have. And I think there's also a challenge for integration for all the countries. We're hoping that we can provide a smooth integrated program to ensure our older people to have their maximum well-being in their late lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Professor Liang Gong Chen. Would you please just stay with us on the stage and join us for the panel and Q&A. Thank you very much. Please wait on the side. 非常谢谢陈亮公院长跟我们分享台湾的经验。Thank you very much to Professor Chen once again for sharing the experiences from Taiwan, and thank you to our four speakers in the session, Secretary General Corinne Morgans and also Professor Kenji Toba, and also Professor Bettina Borish. All right, and now for the Q&A, we'd like to welcome our moderator and all four speakers back to the stage. 那接下来呢，我们 Q&A 的时间，我们有请主持人以及我们场次的所有主讲人回到舞台上来。Please welcome our moderator, Professor Shou Xiaozheng, again to the stage, Secretary General Corinne Morgans back to the stage, and Professor Kenji Toba back to the stage, and Professor Bettina Borish, as well as Professor Liang Gong Chen. And if you have any questions, feel free to raise your hands and wait until our staff pass the microphone to you. And let us know who you are and which of the speakers you want to ask questions to. 那等一下呢，都欢迎各位贵宾提问哦，都可以举手提问，等待我们的工作人员将麦克风递给您，介绍一下您的大名，同时也让我们知道您想请教哪一位主讲人。好的，接下来把时间交给主持人院长 and over to our moderator, Professor Zheng.
All right, thank you very much. I think we have about 20 minutes left because I was informed that there will be a roundtable discussion. It will be taking place exactly in 11:20, like that. So one of my responsibilities is to make the time very efficient to be for this Q&A section. All right, so, all right. Anyway, we are just opening to the floor, and please raise your hand and tell us your name first. The gentleman first.
Hello, my name is Dr. Ram Sagi. I'm from the Israeli Ministry of Health. Thank you for a very, very interesting session this morning. It was really amazing. We talk a lot about super age society, super age population, and it seems that we face with another challenge of super age hospitals patients. I mean, I'm talking about general hospitals, and if you take out the pediatrics and the obstetric and gynecology patients, it's more, I mean, the general hospitals are more geriatric hospitals. And my question for all of the panel is what is the policy to fit, or how to fit the hospitals for the elderly population? I mean, regarding to avoiding the conditioning, infrastructure, digital literacy, staff education, and many more challenges. So I know about age-friendly hospitals, but what is the policy and what you suggest the right way to do it? Thank you.
Okay, how about we start it with Professor Toba?
In the Japanese case, the education is the responsible of the Japan Geriatric Society, Japan Geriatric Nurse Society, Geriatric Pharmacological Society, Geriatric Nutrition Society. Each society have an educational system for such a geriatric, how say, expert. So is it okay?
Yes, Ms.
Well, I would like to thank you for this.
Maybe I just make it more focused. My question is how to do the cultural change in the staff, because you know the physician, the nurses do not use for this elderly population. So how you do it? I mean, I think it's need a cultural change. So this is more a focused question.
Yeah, I like your question because all our hospitals, at least that I know, started as acute hospitals. You know, it was acute disease, it was accident, and doctors and nurses are trained for that. And I think our healthcare systems have to shift for primary care and low level, and also go away from the only hospital model. Because a lot of what we need for elderly people will happen outside a hospital. And we also have to think about task shifting. Who is best to take care of inside the community for some? I have seen in Taiwan, for example, low-level access in a temple, in a Buddhist temple where elderly people go, and there were offers of blood pressure taking and Tai Chi, and so without contacting an official medical big institution, a lot of things were taken care of. And I think these kind of things we have to develop further. And right, our hospitals have to change, because the demographic change that we have and the transition that we have, acute care will only be a little part. And the 80–90% will be long-term and probably better done in other places. Now, I don't want to close down hospitals, but as you said, it will be a change.
How about you, Yangon?
Straightforward, two key factors to my observation. One is education, second is payment. If you want to change the culture of the hospital, in Taiwan, all the doctors in their postgraduate years, they need to receive 1 month mandatory geriatric medicine rotation. So that you have to learn the knowledge and skill, because like you mentioned, most of the patients you're seeing, whether we keep 90% people in the community, but when you're seeing the patient in the hospital, they're older age. So first education, so the Taiwan make it as a mandatory course in the postgraduate year. Second is new model, new payment, new services. Like when Taiwan initiated the post-acute care services, all of a sudden, physicians knows, after acute care, the older patient need a programmed recovery process. In the past, physicians think just discharge the patient back to home, they will recover spontaneously. But it's not happening. So I think the new payment, new model, new services will change people's idea. They start to learn what is happening. And the mandatory course, we have 2 years of postgraduate year training, 1 month, just 1 month, just kind of exposure, seeing how geriatric program is running, how people take care and look after people with multimobility, complex needs, and disability all together. I think that could gradually change the culture of the hospital.
That's great. How about you, Corinne?
I think there are several aspects in your question. First of all, when we talk about hospitals, we in Belgium, we see that already some hospitals are changing into more and more specialized for geriatric patients. That is one thing. But on the other hand, in education, for example, we also have a specialized nurse for geriatric persons. That too helps for the cultural change, of course, when you treat the geriatric patients. On the other hand, we have a very strong primary care in Flanders. And over there, you see that, for example, with our caring neighborhoods, it's a project that has been developed for 3 years now, and is really doing a very good job, where the people, they are brought together in their neighborhood. So also the elder people who live at home, who suffer from loneliness often, or where there is nobody who can take care of them, they are brought outside, and there are nurses or social workers who say, okay, what's going on with you? You should go to that doctor, general practitioner, or hospital. And that too is a change in mindset, and that's very important. And we really see the development in that way too. On the other hand, you also have a great renewal at this moment, a change for the hospital sector. We are waiting, because that is a federal level. I explained the differences in my country. And the federal minister is now looking forward to change the system of hospitals. And I think that in the near future, we will see even a larger amount of hospitals that are specialized in the care for elder persons. But it's very important, digitalization, AI, etc., is very important, but we may never forget that not everybody is capable of using those systems. And that is one of the huge advantages that in my department of care, we also have social care and health care together, because we are aware of that, and we always say, take care. Don't forget the ones that are not able to use all those IT and AI systems. And I think that is also one of the aspects of your question.
Yeah, personally, I believe from different perspectives, if you're talking about consumers, there's a unmet need. If you're talking about hospital managers, that means they have to balance, provide the services and the needs of the patients. If you're talking about the government, they have to foresee, like 10 years later, what kind of physician, what kind of providers we need in the community, or not just in the city area, right? So preventive care plus specialty care will be needed, personally, I think. And specialization, personally, I would think perhaps we are over-specialized a little bit. We have to come back to have a more generic and general like specialty to taking care of elderly, because they will be everywhere in the short term, I think. And actually, it's a good question. I don't know whether we have a very good solution to that. All right, is there a question? Oh, yes. Oh, Bill. Professor Xiao.
Bill Xiao from United States. You talk about the care and also hospital now. That wonderful. Can you say something about the new movement in urban planning to integrate the older people into the community, into new cities that have been built, suburbs been built, how European was leading the way, and how that really affects the aging of the population?
Excellent question. How about you? Corinne first?
We prefer not to build special cities only for elderly people. We prefer to integrate our elderly people into the normal society, amongst others. Which means that, for example, when you see the new residential care homes for elderly people, often there is a kindergarten just nearby, because we knew, it has been shown before, that just the mixture of everybody is very good. On the other hand, we have a kind of apartments where the elderly people live together with only a few, and amongst them there are other people, other families who live there too, and they take care of each other. We have systems also, we call it the Abbeyfield system, where it comes from Sweden, the UK, and so it came also to Belgium, where from the age of 50, you can live with 10, 12 persons together, and you have your own apartment, and you also have the community where you can live together. But when somebody is ill, the other persons can still go to the pharmacist or prevent a doctor, or they can cook for each other when necessary. But they live much longer for a longer time, because we think in our policy that healthcare, of course, quality of care is very important, but quality of life is even much more important. And everybody has to make his own choices. Sometimes you can say, okay, for me it's enough. I don't want any treatment anymore, but I still want some quality of life. And when you can live together at that moment with persons who understand you and who want to take care of you and who want to give you that quality of life, that's also very important. And that's why we prefer not to put them together somewhere, our elderly persons, but to bring them together with the whole community.
Yes, great. Bettina.
Yeah, and yeah, thank you. It is really also due to this very famous Harvard study that went to follow a large cohort of people over 80 years, and it showed that clearly social cohesion, connectivity is the strongest indicator for healthy, long living. So I think that everything that can facilitate mixity, connectivity inside a society, cohesion, as I said, is probably something that promotes healthy aging. And I think these models you're talking about are a step in this direction.
Yeah, I have met many international experts about urban design. And they honestly agree that in their mindset, they never, in their design, during the design, all the covariate they're thinking about is never about percentage of older people, never. They think about the economic development. They want to know where the factory should be located, the store should be located, then the offices should be located, then there comes the employees. Where should they stay? So they're usually the younger generation. They are thinking about core family. So they are locating school elementary school, something. They never really thought about where older people lives and how's the percentage. So that's why WHO started the age-friendly cities. And Stanford, they have a new term called longevity cities. That there is a big mismatch. For example, in Taiwan, Taiwan would like to have one daycare center for one secondary school catchment area. But the older people, the percentage living in that catchment area does not really match. Sometimes you need more than one. Sometimes you don't need one because they do not reside in that way. So I have to say, there's an example being published in The Economist, that is the city of Japan, Toyama City. So they spent 20 years finding out where the older people really lives and trying to bridge them with the connectivities, using new transportation services and to close down some schools into the care facility or something, bringing new services based on where older people really lives, because we want to promote aging in place. But if the environment is not really friendly to them, how can we do aging in place? So that the government spent 20 years changing the environment, so making it more livable, so that people can stay in the community with better services and better connectivities. So I do think, yes, the urban design needs to be involved in thinking about the future strategies for the whatever, super age society or any challenges.
That's great. Ken, do you have anything to add?
Japanese government started from 15 years ago to reduce the number of hospital bed, because the number of hospital bed is several times larger than the OECD countries in Japan. So then promote the home-based care, community-based care. Now rapidly increasing the number of such specialists in the community care doctors and community care centers. But the speed is too much, and some have challenged trouble for the acute care. So, like ageism, so to die naturally in good speaking, but not with a good care like a hospital. So, Japan has a lot of challenges in the home-based care now.
Yes, I think we all face different challenges. Perhaps we can build lots of small swimming pools to put the kids and the elderly together, and they can play together. Perhaps it's a good start. Anyway, all right, Professor Ji.
I'm Junhui Ji from United States, originally from Taiwan. I have questions specifically for Professor Boris. In talking about policies and social support for elderly care, I think the overwhelmingly focus was on physical health. And one area grossly underemphasized is the mental health of the elderly. And my question for you is, what is your recommendation in terms of policies, how society and government can improve caring for the mental health of the elderly? Apart from dementia, there are lots of challenges of elderly mental health. Thank you.
Yeah,
Please.
thank you for pointing to this. Since the high-level meeting on NCDs September at the UN General Assembly, NCDs and mental health, they say, are high on the agenda. And it's also important that you mention mental health in elderly. We do talk a lot about mental health in the younger generation, especially the post-COVID effects. But what is forgotten is that a peak in suicide happens in elderly people. And this indicates that there are clearly mental health issues in this part of society. I come back to my ideas of creating a more cohesive and more integrative society, because the mental health issues that may lead to extreme things like suicide usually come from understandings, we are no longer used, we are no longer valuable, society doesn't look at us, we are disappearing, and this is a follow-up of ageism. So I think it starts with all of us, how we look at elderly people and how we treat them. We talked about the cities. I think the cities and our places have to be constructed for all of us. I mean, even a young woman pushing her stroller is not happy in our cities. People with disabilities are not. We have to say, for whom do we construct and for whom do we live? And the value of elderly peoples is important, but if you feel as an elderly person you're not at all valued, I think this contributes to a mental health burden. In addition to mental diseases, as you said, mental disorders, but I think our ageist perspectives imposes some mental health challenges on parts of society. That's my vision. Thank you.
Does anyone like to add response? No? Okay, we still have time for another questions. Yes, the lady over there.
Talofa, I'm Sanganga, the Director of Social Welfare from Tuvalu. It was really interesting and impressive, the presentation that you have given today. And I'm asking Professor Petina, if you could share with me the difference between, in terms of policy. So I would like to understand, and I'm curious to understand the difference between the social development policy and the social protection policy. Since that Tuvalu have developed the social development policy in 2016, and there was an initiative came from the regional level that Tuvalu needs to create a social protection policy in order to accommodate the needs of the vulnerable groups, which includes the elderly, the disability, and there is also another initiative that we need to initiate it with our leaders today, is the introducing of our child benefit. And it's really, really complicated to us because we really need to understand the concept of the two different policy in order to proceed further. So I really keen to understand how would I, as a director, lobby in another level in order to voice out the need of the vulnerable groups. And on top of that, I would also like to understand on how would I get a knowledge in order to lobby on the top up of the pensions that we have provided with our elderly nowadays. We don't have elderly homes, we don't have safe houses for them, but we only give a very limited of amount that could offer them monthly. So yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, Bettina.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I see behind your question a problem that is found, I think, also in other countries. Social systems, health systems, and how especially they cooperate or do not cooperate in the elderly part of society. And I think we did separate too much these two aspects of the social system and the health system, especially if you grow elder. As I said, there is a complexity which should not always be labeled disease. It may be mental isolation. It may be, it's too complex to put it in two pots, here and there. And I think perhaps in Tuvalu, you have a good starting point because you said we don't have elderly homes. We did not separate them out. We have them in society, and it would be probably good to ask people how they see themselves inside your given society, because you have a special society that already has traditions, indigenous traditions. Ask them about the indigenous traditions. Ask them how they wanted to live, how they did live, how they remember, and then try to advocate for something that is fit for your conditions. I think you have a good starting point, because as we said from Berlin, we have to go back from siloing people. We have to get back from putting those there, these there, and get them together. So you told me you don't have elderly homes, so perhaps it's the part where you can ask and then advocate for what the people ask you they would love to live in. That's perhaps, without never having been to Tuvalu, my ideas. Thank you.
That's great. Anyone want to add? No? Yes, please.
Maybe I can add something, because I think there is not a one-size-fits-all solution. Every country, every culture is different. But we focus always, to start with, on a health insurance. And of course, that is very important. But what I tried to mention before is that we put on top of that a layer of non-medical support. And that is very important too. With our Flemish social protection, we give a certain amount to all those, not only the elderly, not only the disabled, but all those who are in care situations and who need an extra support. They can get, in our country, it's now, in Flanders, it's now 140 euros a month. You can change that amount. That's not the most important issue. The most important issue is that you have the health insurance, and on top of that, you have a certain amount that helps you for all the other aspects that are non-medical, but also very important for having a good quality of life. And I think we may never forget that too.
Excellent. All right, we have 3 minutes left. Okay. Yes.
Hi, I'm from Dr. Chen from the National Health Insurance Administration. So I have a question for Professor Toba. So in Japan, the integration of the national health insurance and the long-term care insurance has been conducted for a while. I would like to know about your opinion, your personal opinion about the pros and cons of such kind of system. In Taiwan, it's a separated system. We have the national health insurance celebrating the 30 years anniversary, and also our public funding is supporting our long-term care. And next year, our public funding for long-term care will be increased up to $4 billion USD. So that's also a rapidly increased budget. So I would like to know about your opinion about the integration of these two insurance systems. Thank you.
Okay, one word. Long-term care insurance is essential for Taiwan. It improves the quality of care in Taiwan and good for the elderly people and save medical money at least for 10 years. So,
well, actually, the day before, I was talking to the staff, the chair from NHIS from South Korea. They're bothered by their long-term care insurance because their long-term care beds are still increasing and the utilization is increasing. And that part, perhaps that's prolong of the unhealthy life or something.
Korean is an interesting system that they have long-term care insurance funded nursing home, but they also have health insurance funded long-term care hospital.
Yes.
The long-term care hospital is a transition before they having long-term care insurance, but it become a very strange part that how people can, they can choose go to the long-term care insurance funded nursing home or go to the health insurance funded long-term care hospital. That is a big challenge for them.
All right, anyway, it's a big question. We can discuss later. All right, because I was informed that time is up, so I think we have to close this session. Thank you very much, all the panelists, and thank you for everyone here. Thank you.
Thank you once again to the panel. And next, Professor Zheng would like to present certificates of appreciation to all 4 speakers in the session on behalf of the organizer. 接下来呢，我们有请院长代表主办单位致赠感谢状给我们场次的所有的主讲人。All right. firstly, Professor Zheng would like to present the certificate to our first speaker in the session, Secretary General Corinne Morgans from Belgium. 首先呢，我们致赠给比利时佛拉蒙大区照护部的秘书长。All right, let's have a photo together. Thank you very much. And next to Professor Kenji Toba, CEO Emeritus of Tokyo Metropolitan Institute for Geriatrics and Gerontology, Japan. 接下来是鸟语研二执行长。And to Professor Bettina Borish, Chief Executive Director, World Federation of Public Health Association. 接下来是世界公共卫生协会的联盟执行长。And Professor Liang Gongchen, Superintendent, Taipei Municipal Guandu Hospital, Taipei. 关渡医院陈良公院长。And now, all four speakers, would you please join Professor Zheng in the front for another group photo? 那我们请院长站在中间，我们其他4位主讲人也到台前来一起合照。Okay, ladies and gentlemen, would you please give all our speakers on the stage another big round of applause? Thank you very much. Thank you. 再次谢谢院长以及我们平行场次1的所有讲者。All right, everybody, with that, we wrap up this morning's session and it's time for lunch. Please go to the 3rd floor. Following our staff, we have lunch boxes ready for you. And the afternoon session will begin from 1 o'clock, all right? So for parallel session 3, optimizing services to achieve health equity, it's here. If you're going to join parallel session 4, global trends toward better health and well-being, please go to room 201 on the 2nd floor. Thank you very much. 那提醒各位贵宾呢，接下来是中午用餐的时间，大家都可以到3楼来用餐哦。那下午场呢是1点会再次准时开始哦。回到原场地的话呢，参加的是平行场次3，优化服务，实现健康公平。如果要参加平行场次4的贵宾呢，邀请您到2楼201会议室哦。谢谢。那也提醒有需要公务人员时数的贵宾呢，记得都要签到签退哦。谢谢。Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you later. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the afternoon session will begin in just a few minutes. You may start to take your seats. And a reminder to you, what we're going to do here is parallel session 3, optimizing services to achieve health equity. If you're going to join parallel session 4, global trends toward better health and well-being, please go to room 201 on the second floor. Thank you very much. 提醒各位贵宾，大会呢下午场等一下就要正式开始了，请您准备回座。那我们等一下要进行的是平行场次3，优化服务，实现健康公平。那如果是要参加平行场次4全球健康福祉发展趋势的贵宾呢，邀请您移驾到201，邀请您移驾到2楼的201会议室，谢谢。 Okay, everybody, welcome back to the parallel session 3, Optimizing Services to Achieve Health Equity. 非常欢迎各位贵宾呢回到会场。接下来进行的是平行场次3，优化服务实践健康公平哦。And now to open this session and introduce your speakers, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming your moderator, Professor Jenda Liu, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Health and Welfare, to the stage. 让我们掌声首先有请场次的主持人，卫生福利部吕建德次长。次长有请。
Probably. So does it work now? Does it work now? Hello, everyone.
We'll try this one.
Oh, okay, yeah. We are quite flexible, no problem. We are Taiwanese. I'm Peter Jenda, and it's my great pleasure and honor to moderate this section. And well, because I earned my PhD in Germany, so I ask for your understanding if I speak English with a little bit German accent, particularly Nordrhein-Westfälische. Health is not only about the preventing and treating disease, but also a fundamental human right. Despite considerable global progress in healthcare system over recent decades, many populations still lack access to high qualified medical care. And the ongoing challenges, therefore, is now to ensure that health services are truly universal, effective, and inclusive. We are deeply honored to welcome our internationally renowned expert to this section. Our agenda covers diverse topics from the social and environmental determinants of health to the benefits and risks of AI and to the care of rare diseases. And the first one is my great pleasure and honor to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Ottmar Koibeler. He has served as Secretary General of the World Medical Association since 2005. And following his tenure as Deputy Secretary General of the German Medical Association. And here, on behalf of the ministry and Taiwan, I will say thank you so much, Herr Koibeler, for your moral support for Taiwan's attendance to WHA. Let's give him a big hand. And Mr. Koibeler's work focused on the development of medical technology in the context of health system organization and its impact on the provision of care, the provision of medical care. Dr. Koibeler is absolutely a strong advocate for equitable access to quality of health care for all. Now let's welcome Mr. Koibeler.
Thank you very much, Vice Minister Liu, for this very kind introduction. And thank you for having me here again at this forum in Taipei. I'm the Secretary General of the World Medical Association, and I have to report no conflict of interest with what I'm going to present, although I'm very much interested in the topic. And probably there's one or the other thing which you have heard already yesterday about the social determinants of health, about the environmental determinants of health. I'm going to try to put it into relation to what is physician deontology, our rules of practice. And I would like to tell you what it has to do with chocolate. Do you know what health equity has to do with chocolate? Any idea? Well, I didn't have that as well, but I will come to that. A few words about the World Medical Association. We have been founded in 1947 after World War II, very much with then what became knowledge about the abuse of medicine in my own country, in Germany. And since then, the World Medical Association is working on physician deontology, on medical ethics, the rules for physician practice. We are the global platform to get a common idea about how doctors should work and what they should do and what they should not do. We have, as members, 119 national medical associations from around the world, and we represent with those organizations probably close to 11 million physicians now. And we also have an associate membership, so for those physicians in the room here, you can be members of the World Medical Association as individuals as well, not only through your national medical associations. Among the constituent members, the medical associations which form the World Medical Associations, there are very different types of organizations. About half of those organizations are completely private organizations, like the British Medical Association or the American Medical Association, for instance. And the other half are chambers or orders which have a regulatory function by law, like the Taiwan Medical Association or the German Medical Association. And among those organizations, we also have a subgroup in both groups of those which are at the same time trade unions and represent workers' interests or doctors' interests in financial matters. For instance, the British Medical Association is a trade union, the role model or the core model of a trade union, physician trade union. The American Medical Association, as a private one, is not allowed to do that. And the German Medical Association, as a chamber, is not allowed to be a trade union. The Austrian Medical Association, as a chamber, is a trade union at the same time. So it is a very mixed bag which we have as members here with those different functions. Over the years, the World Medical Association has developed a number of core policies which are defining the work of physicians. Among those, the Declaration of Geneva as a modern type of the Hippocratic Oath, replacing the Hippocratic Oath, the International Code of Medical Ethics, which is a first international set of rules on how physicians should behave, and it has become the blueprint for many national medical codes. The Declaration of Helsinki, very important document, 1964, regulating how physicians should act and behave when doing medical research on patients, on human beings. A new version, just a year old, 2024, we have revised it. Declaration of Tokyo, also a very leading document telling doctors not to be part of torture, of inhuman and degrading treatment. And when I started in organized medicine in 1991, I thought this is a historical document and doesn't happen anymore. But unfortunately, that's not true. It is still a part of our daily work that we have to deal with violations of human rights in healthcare, and unfortunately, often also with cases where doctors are involved in those violations there. In 1982, we tried to codify for first time patient rights, and to make clear what we believe are entitlements that every patient has, and that healthcare should structure around those patient rights. And in 2016, the Declaration of Taipei, which we are now revising this year, a document which extends the questions of how to do research in real life situations into the virtual world. And this, of course, is in relation to AI and digital medicine, a very important document. But we as physicians, in our deontology, in our aspect of how we do medicine, are, of course, traditionally very much focused on a patient-physician relationship, on an individual medical relationship with that. And this relationship takes us away from the question of what are inequities in the system, because we don't see them in the first place in an individual relationship there. But the challenge that is there is a systemic inequity which we have in many healthcare systems, to some extent in every healthcare system still, even in the most advanced healthcare systems. And our belief is now, and that has evolved over the last 20, 25 years, is that we believe that we have a role in changing those systems, in being more equitable, and we have to become parts of this change, being architects of more equitable systems, healthcare systems in there. The tool to do that is certainly universal health coverage. And universal health coverage, we believe, is, when it comes to healthcare systems, the most important step to reach this. Now, we have discussed this over the last 1.5 days already to some extent, but nevertheless, let me remind you that there are these 3 dimensions which are really all 3 to be observed when it comes in reaching universal health coverage. So the question is, are all the necessary, medically necessary services being covered in your healthcare system? Is the population fully covered? Are there exclusions in groups or parts of the populations which are not included in that? And is the cost covered of the healthcare that you are providing so that people don't have a financial hardship? And that means really universal health coverage really means that every aspect has to be concerned. And if you have a healthcare system which doesn't cover dental healthcare, it cannot be a universal health coverage system. It will not be. It is imperfect. If you have a healthcare system where large parts of the populations are being excluded, it cannot be a universal health coverage system. So those are the 3 dimensions which we have to keep in mind in order to go forward with the universal health coverage. And at latest, since 1948, health has been considered as a human right. Vice Minister Liu also mentioned it. But in the beginning, it was, it was an aspirational thing. And you know, with all the aspirational things which we have in our laws, in our constitutions, they usually don't work. Because it's not practical, it's not set in how it has to be done. But, and this is important, after it was included in 1948 in the Charter of Human Rights, it became part also of the International Covenant on Social, Economical, and Cultural Rights. And most important, and unfortunately only in the year 2000, it got a very clear interpretation when they said states have a special obligation to provide those who do not have sufficient means with the necessary health insurance and health care facilities to prevent any discrimination or intentionally prohibited grounds in the provision of health care and health services. So this is now not only an aspirational thing, it is a very clear right that people have as a human right to be cared for. And the universal health coverage, we believe very strongly, is something that operationalizes this right to really get people the right there. We have to, as physicians, to safeguard access and quality into these healthcare systems. And that is what our code now, our rules say, that physicians have to stand for, building systems of universal health coverage and universal access for people. No discrimination, that is clear. And the health as my first obligation, the health of my patient as my first obligation has to be materialized also in that system of universal health coverage. And we see this as a strong moral obligation that physicians really have nowadays. Now, we have to be realistic. Universal health coverage has its limitations, and there are 2 major limitations to universal health coverage. Number 1 is the inability or the unwillingness to bring up the resources for universal health coverage. Unfortunately, in most cases, it is the unwillingness to do that. And then second, major of the health determinations lie outside the healthcare systems and are usually not in the remit of what is the realm of physicians' work in the healthcare system. So if we look only to universal health coverage, we fall short with our ambition. Now, the question is, what does have chocolate to do with universal health coverage and with equity in healthcare in general? Now, it is a bit. In the year 1901, this young man, Benjamin Seabohm Rowntree, he did a study in his city, York, and he looked into the situation of poor people in his town. He surveyed more than 40,000 people in his town. That was a large part of the population at that time. And he found that 28 thousand of those 40,000 lived in extreme poverty. No, 28% of the whole population lived in extreme poverty. And he could show that your income and your living situation was directly connected to your health status. So he brought up the idea of social determinants of health for a first time. And his work, which he did, the publication Poverty, a Study of Town Life in 1991, is nowadays by sociologists being seen as the starting point of the idea of a welfare state. So he has really moved a lot. And as you can see from the name, that's not by accident, Roundtree, he was a chocolate producer. He was an industrialist, a capitalist who did this study. And he was one of the first big social reformers of his time, especially with this study. Now, it took another 100 years that a physician, Sir Michael Marmot, pushed this movement for social determinants of health and really brought it into the World Health Assembly and the World Health Organization with his report in 2008, Closing the Gap within a generation. And I think it's thanks to him that we nowadays have a very clear understanding for the social determinants of health. The World Medical Association has also engaged in the question of how we deal with the social determinants of health in our rules for the practice. And we have brought this into the Declaration of Oslo in a WMA declaration on the social determinants of health. We have spoken a lot about the social determinants of health yesterday, and I'm not going into the details anymore. But I think for all of us, it should be clear that the situation you have being born in such a neighborhood is completely different than being born in another neighborhood like this one. And those are factors that are important for the health of the people and for our patients and their living circumstances, which we have to take into account. Also, yesterday we mentioned already the environmental determinants of health. It has taken us a long time to bring the environmental determinants of health into the discussion of the COP conference, the climate conference. The climate conference, you may remember, started in 1995. It took us until 2009 that we finally got a mentioning of the health in those discussions of climate change. Although virtually every climate change has direct or indirect health effects, whether that is flooding, a change in the local climate and famine, whether that is migration and migration health problems. Every climate change has direct or indirect consequences for health. And it took another couple of years until 2015. This finally came formally into the work of the climate conference. So we have to have health in all policies, and the impact is beyond hospitals and clinics. Universal health coverage is important and is a tool for us to reach equity within the healthcare systems, but as the causes of the causes lie outside the healthcare systems, we also have to engage for the social and the environmental determinants of health there. Universal health coverage must become a standard for better healthcare. I think we are all agreeing in that. And we have to integrate the social and environmental determinants in our medical education, into our thinking, and it has to be an out-of-the-box thinking, because our standard thinking as clinicians and also as public health physicians doesn't work. We have to counter misinformation in this time. I think we all know that even some governments don't believe in climate change. We have to maintain our professional autonomy and integrity. And finally, health starts with justice. Without justice, there is no equity. Without the equity, we don't reach all of our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kreubler. Thanks so much for your stimulating talk. particularly when you talk about the universal coverage as really the solution, but not only that, but also the social determinants of health. And you also talk about the role of WMA in advocating this goal. Thank you very much. And now let's move to the second speaker, Mr. Professor Dimitri Christakis. He is the professor of pediatrics at the University of Washington and editor-in-chief of JAMA Pediatrics. Professor Christakis is an internationally recognized expert in child development and the effects of early environmental influence on the brain. Since 2023, he has served as the chief health officer at Special Olympics International and has overseen health programs for 6 million athletics with intellectual and developmental disabilities worldwide, making health equity his central focus. Now let's welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here and to share my view on how to achieve health equity for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. A little bit about me. I guess it was already said in the introduction. I'm a professor at the University of Washington up there in Seattle. I also function as the editor-in-chief of JAMA Pediatrics, which is based in Chicago. We actually get a lot of excellent science from Taiwan. Thank you for sending it to us and keep sending it. And for the last 2 years, I've had the privilege of serving as the Chief Health Officer for Special Olympics International, and that's based in Washington, D.C. Many of you may not know what Special Olympics is. We are not the Paralympics. We often get confused with that. So I'll give you a brief history of Special Olympics. It began in 1960 as what was then called Camp Shriver in Eunice Shriver's backyard. If you don't know, Eunice Shriver was the sister of John F. Kennedy. Her maiden name is actually Eunice Kennedy. When she started it, there were only 34 children and 26 counselors. The first World Games were in 1968, and now we have about 5 million athletes globally with intellectual and developmental disabilities. In Chinese Taipei alone, we have 55,000 athletes and 3,200 coaches. I had the privilege of meeting with leadership a couple of days ago here in Taipei. Special Olympics is a global sports movement that unleashes the human spirit every day around the world through the transformative power and joy of sport, through programming in sports, health, education, and community building. Special Olympics is tackling the inactivity, stigma, isolation, and injustice that people with intellectual and developmental disabilities face. Our work goes beyond sports events, driving social change that enables full participation for people with IDD. I read that obviously off the website. But Special Olympics itself as a sports organization has been around for about 50-some years. Special Olympics Health actually started in 1995 with the World Games that were then in New Haven, Connecticut at the Yale Bowl, which is where I went to college, so it has some special meaning for me. There were about 7,000 athletes there from over 143 countries, and a totally unexpected thing happened, which was that over 15% of the athletes that came to participate in our events had to be sent to the New Haven Emergency Department because they had some unmet health need that prevented them from participating in sports, in the sporting event that they had flown around the world to participate in. That was sort of the epiphany for the leadership at Special Olympics, that there were problems in the health of people with intellectual developmental disabilities and that we had to take it on as an organization. A little bit of the terminology, because I know it differs around the world. Intellectual disability, how it's defined. There are kind of 3 extant classification systems. listed here, they all are very similar in sense that they are based on there being a deficit in intellectual function greater than 2 standard deviations, and that the onset happened before the age of 22. Developmental disability is a little bit more complicated. Certainly, there's less agreement on exactly what constitutes it, but we tend to use the USA Developmental Disability Act of 2020 as our operational definition, which is that it's a severe chronic disability attributable to a mental or physical impairment, is manifested before age 22, is likely to continue indefinitely, and results in substantial limitations in 3 or more areas of daily living. There's considerable overlap between intellectual and developmental disability. If you look here, you'll see that about 48% of people in this group have both, and the other 48% or the other 52% are evenly split. The terminology in most parts of the world, certainly in the United States, has evolved to sort of merging these because it can be very difficult to disaggregate them. And so our population has intellectual and developmental disabilities. The previous speaker was talking about important manifestos. For us, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability from the UN was an extremely important document that for the first time really articulated that what disability was and how it should be viewed, and that people with disability should be given opportunities to effectively participate in society at an equal basis with others. If you look globally, about 15% of the world have a disability, about 2 to 3% have an intellectual disability, and depending on how you define it, and there's a lot of variation in this, about 3 to 4% have an intellectual or developmental disability. By many definitions, it's as high as 10%, and we can talk about that if people want to, how it's defined. But there are enormous health equities inequities for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. They have a shortened life expectancy. Estimates vary from 10 to 20 years. They also vary by country. And as those of you that are physicians in the room know, people with intellectual and developmental disabilities often also have comorbidities that could confound that shortened life expectancy. And yet, if you look at the best study of this that I found, this is data from the National Health Service in the UK, and this is a population of people who at age 10 had no comorbidity identified at all. So these are people with only intellectual disability. You can see that starting from age 10, there's about a 10-year gap in life expectancy, and it's maintained over almost the entire lifespan until late life, where the lines actually merge. So this is from a system that does have universal health care, that has high-quality primary care, that has universal access, and still, absent any comorbidities by age 10, where we would have expected them to be manifest, there are lifetime inequities in life expectancy. Now, what might drive that? That's a whole hour-long presentation in itself, but there's basically 2 categories: bias against people with intellectual developmental disabilities and healthcare system barriers. Implicit bias, something that's gotten a lot of attention in the United States. People may be familiar with the implicit bias test, which basically shows people an image of something and a word with a positive or negative valence and has them try to line them up, and the differences in the amount of time it takes to put things together that you view as discordant is a sign of implicit bias. And when you look at this, what you would expect, if there was no bias, that the effect would be neutral, that you would not have a difference in connecting people with intellectual and developmental disabilities with positive things as opposed to negative things. But in fact, what you find is that the majority of people, 56%, have negative associations when they see someone with an intellectual developmental disability, which I think speaks to part of the problem at an individual level and at a societal level. And then there are clearly a lot of healthcare barriers, and this is where I want to talk about the potential for AI to bridge those barriers. So, first, how could AI help with improved diagnosis? Well, when I went to medical school and residency, there was this book. I don't know if it if it exists in Taiwan, but it's basically the recognizable patterns of human malformation. And the way we made diagnoses in those days was that we looked through this book and tried to find a picture that resembled the patient in front of us. And in fact, our board exams expected us to have committed these to memory. It's a archaic and fairly difficult process to do, and we would have specialists who would come and do this for us. Well, actually, it's remarkable how good AI already is at making these diagnoses. And not only making them very accurately, probably more accurately than humans can, but for considerably lower cost and without the need to have specialists. So this is something that could be deployed globally at minimal cost. When we think about other things that physicians have to do, history taking and data collection, medical encounters are really predicated on getting reliable data from patients. That can be challenging and time-consuming in people with intellectual developmental disabilities, but AI poses potential solutions for that. Devices can monitor vitals, symptoms, sleep, physical activity, oxygen saturation, et cetera. That technology already exists and would get over that communication barrier. Effective and efficient communication between clinicians and patients with IDD can be challenging. I hear it from our athletes all the time. Doctors don't spend enough time with them. They talk in ways they can't understand. I hear it from physicians. It takes too long to see people with intellectual developmental disabilities. We're not paid extra for it, and I don't want to do it. Ambient AI can mediate those conversations by translating medical jargon into more universally understandable text and visual interpretive aids, and it can also help people with IDD communicate with their doctor better. Physician training, only about 50% of medical schools offer any disability training at all. 41% of US physicians anyway report that they only 41% report they can offer the same quality of care to people with intellectual developmental disabilities. AI technology can provide summative assessments of conversations that people have with people with intellectual developmental disability, give them feedback on the level of language they're using, on how empathetic their communication style is. And health system navigation. More and more health systems are relying on technologies to take over back office functions. That's something that is supposed to be cost saving for health systems, but it can become cumbersome, impossible for people with intellectual developmental to use, potentially furthering inequities. And yet, the emergence of agentic AI could really help people with IDD navigate healthcare systems. Could access those web portals, could help them in making appointments, could help them in follow-up appointments, et cetera. So, in conclusion, I believe that AI has the potential to improve equity in healthcare for people with IDD. For those of you that are going to tell me that there's bias in it, there is, but that bias can be built out. In fact, I would argue it can be built out of AI much better, much more efficiently than we can train out the biases that clinicians actually have. And I think the failure to make AI a focus, especially as it increasingly transforms medical care, will only exacerbate the existing inequities that exist for people with IDD. If we don't make a point of making AI systems work for them, they'll effectively work against them. And finally, I want to conclude with this, because I think this is really the most important point, is that there's this concept of universal design principles, and innovations that work at the margins actually work better in the middle. The example I like to use for this is, I don't know if these devices exist here. Well, people talk about curb cutouts that were basically made for people with wheelchairs to give them access to crossing streets. Well, they're not the only ones that use curb cutouts, even though they were the population that they were intended for. Everybody uses curb cutouts. Children use them on their bicycles. Older people use them with their walkers. I like them rather than stepping up on a curb. Kitchen products that were designed, there's an OXO brand of kitchen appliances that were designed. These were tools that were made by someone because his wife had rheumatoid arthritis. I don't know if they have them here in China, in Taiwan. Taiwan is China. Taiwan is not China. Very different. Different country. I know. Yes. The Republic. Fully aware of the sensitivities. I apologize. In fact, that's why I said Chinese Taipei, as you may recall at the beginning. Okay, so, but it turns out those products that were made for people with rheumatoid arthritis work better for everybody. Everybody likes them. If you make a product that is designed for people who struggle with their hands, they work better for everyone. And I think if we make a healthcare system that works for people with IDD, it'll work better for everybody. Every innovation that I mentioned here would serve the needs of people, of the elderly, of people for whom English or Chinese is not their first language, et cetera. And that's actually pretty well embodied by this cartoon right here, where this person says, could you please shovel the ramp? And the gentleman says, all these other kids are waiting to use the stairs. When I get through shoveling them, I will clear the ramp for you. And he says, but if you shovel the ramp, we can all get in. So clearing a path for people with special needs clears the path for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for Professor Chris Tucker's stimulating talk when he talked about the potentiality of AI to improve equity in healthcare for people with IDD. I think it is very, very promising, particularly when he talked about, well, the possible application in healthcare, in physician training, health system navigation, etc., etc. Thank you very much again. And now let's move to the third. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Grossgarten. And he is the head of Department of Medicine and Pharmacy at the Association of Statutory Health Insurance Physicians in Nordrhein, Germany. Also gesetzt hier Kassen ist Vereinigung in Nordrhein. Dr. Grossgarten has had several leadership roles in population health management, including statutory health, accident, pension, and long-term care insurance. He has played a key role in ensuring the continuity of medical services during crises such as the COVID-19 pandemic and food disasters in Germany. Let's give him a big thank. Bitte schön. Danke.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me to be here, and thank you very much for this invitation. It's the second time for me to be here in Taipei. I have been here 11 years ago because we had visitors in Germany in terms of long-term care insurance. You know, in 1995, long-term care insurance was founded in Germany, and we had a lot of visitors from Japan, Korea, and Taiwan in order to inform themselves about this. And after this, I was here at the Ministry of Health, and we continued the discussion. Yes, I'm very blessed about the invitation to this Congress, and my congratulations to the 30th anniversary of the National Health Insurance. There's a big difference between Taiwan and Germany. Your national health insurance is 30 years old. The statutory health insurance in Germany was founded in 1830, and it is the oldest system in the world. And there's quite a big other difference. You have one national health insurance. In Germany, in the 1970 years, we had about 1,800 companies of statutory health insurance is terrible. And now we have about 100 companies of statutory health insurance companies. Yes, we are 83 million citizens in Germany. The health care system is essentially based on a social insurance model. However, it also includes components of public provision and market-based elements. 90% of the population are covered by our SHI, and approximately 10% are covered by private health insurance. The outpatient medical care is provided by the associations of statutory health insurance physicians. That is the institution I'm working for. We have about 190,000 doctors in outpatient care in Germany and about 100,000 medical practices. Beyond this, we have 1,900 hospitals and nearly 19,000 pharmacies. The principle of the SHI in Germany is a welfare state principle. You found it in the basic law in the Federal Republic of Germany. It is built on solidarity, universality, and the social state principle. Subsidiary and federalism influence, healthcare delivery, is a second characteristic sign of the system. Health equity is an essential principle of the German healthcare system. The highest decision-making institution of the joint self-government of physicians, dentists, and hospitals and health insurance funds in Germany is a federal joint committee. It issues directives for the benefit catalogue of the statutory health insurance. What about the costs? You see this SHA Germany benefit expenditure in 2024, in total about 312 billion euros in 2024. And the highest costs were incurred for hospital treatment, pharmaceuticals, and medical service. And we have a big problem. The problem in each country, you know, expenditures are rising much faster than revenues. Sorry. Germany is at the top when spending money. The health expenditure in Germany reached around 13% of GDP in 2022, and this is number one in the EU 27. But if you look at the life expectancy at birth, the result is only moderate. Our life expectancy is in the middle of the European countries. The access to care, Germany performs better than the OECD average on 80% of indicators. 85% of people were satisfied with the availability of quality health care. Yesterday we have heard in Taiwan, 92% are satisfied. There are many significant reasons for health inequity. There are structural reasons, there are education and cultural reasons, there are the socioeconomic status, there are individual characteristics. And we have, indeed, disparities in Germany. We have regional inequalities in life expectancy, in the incidence of diseases, in supply service, in health behavior. We have differences between rural and urban areas. And we have socio-economic health disparities. We have an increasing health inequality in Germany with a growing gap in life expectancy between Germany's wealthiest and less wealthy regions. And from 2020 to 2022, life expectancy in less wealthy regions with the highest deprivation was 4.3 years lower for women and 7.2 years lower for men. There are some other problems. Waiting times for some specialists and psychotherapist appointments in outpatient care are depending on region and insurance status. We have a dual health insurance system. 90% of the population are covered by the statutory health insurance. 10% are covered by the private health insurance companies. And if you are in hospital and you are insured by the private health insurance, you are treated by the chief physician. And the waiting time in outpatient care is shorter for the persons with private health insurance. Our healthcare system is highly complex and fragmented, and the patient management is inadequate. It is complicated to orientate in this system. And of course, we have in some groups of the population insufficient health and digital competence. There are some other disparities. Health promotion and prevention does not reach certain population groups. Barriers often make it difficult to participate. People with severe mental illness have increased risk of additional physical illness, and they cannot care about themselves. There are some other problems like drug supply difficulties, which can particularly disadvantage certain patient groups, for e.g. children, and there is a group of persons with no health insurance. What's going well? We have the principles of the rule of law and the welfare state. 85% are satisfied. We have in statutory health insurance with compulsory insurance, and this is the most important point, we have continuous efforts to keep high-quality medicine affordable for all. We have limited individual co-payments for healthcare. Yesterday we have learned here there are oops out-of-pocket spendings. Oops. And this is very limited in Germany. We have oops, yes, but you can manage it. It is not so high. In particular for chronic illness, it is limited. We have the family insurance, children and spouses, or men, are covered at no additional costs under certain conditions, and we have a free choice of doctors. We have a lot of specialists, not only in the hospitals, but also decentralized in outpatient settings, and we have good early detection examinations for all, and cancer screening and workplace health management. But there is a lot to do, strategies for better and sustainable health equity. We need more prevention and health promotion, lifestyle change. Alcohol consumption in Germany is very high. This is really a problem. We have the stabilization of the financing of the statutory health insurance. We think the next year there can be a deficit of about 48 billion euro in our system. And so there is a financial commission that are developing strategies for stabilizing this system and to limit the contributions. We need a better coordination and patient management in this complex system. We need improved, and we have improved, telemedicine services. We have to strengthen the digital skills. We need more barrier-free medical care facilities. There is an action plan for a diverse, inclusive, and barrier-free healthcare system. And we need a fairer appointment allocation system, and so we have established appointment service centers. They support people who don't get an appointment with a doctor in 4 weeks, and so we support them to get this appointment. We need low threshold care, and we need a more accurate regional demand planning. In the 1990 years, the great problem was we had too much doctors. And too much doctors, that means too much costs. And so our remuneration system was so constructed to limit the doctors not to do so much. Until now, we have too less doctors. And it is a problem to serve all. And so this system was changed. Yes, my conclusions. Germany performs very well in terms of access of high quality medicine for the majority of the population, but we struggle with inefficiency, partially inequalities, and preventable diseases. Maintaining the affordability of high quality care for the majority of the population, improving health promotion and prevention and digital transformation and more integrated data and less bureaucracy is what we have to do. Here we can learn a lot from Taiwan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grossgarten, for your stimulating speech. And you demonstrate about how the challenges and the solution of German's healthcare system in addressing the health equities. And you mentioned now our national health insurance, we have 92% of satisfactory, but to tell you the truth, the doctors are not so happy with that. Now the president is now very struggling for managing this problem, and he has established one committee on healthcare, and hopefully we can make more doctors more happier with that. Now let's move to the last but not the least, our speaker from Taiwan, Dr. Zheng Yingxiu, and Dr. Zheng is a clinical professor in the Department of Pediatrics at National Taiwan University and attending physicians in the Department of Medical Genetics and Pediatrics at NTU Hospital. Dr. Chen has made significant contributions to the field of inborn errors of metabolism and primary immunodeficiencies. She directs the NTUH Newborn Screening Center, which screens approximately 1/3 of all newborns in Taiwan. And her team has helped make Taiwan's newborn screening program one of the most advanced programs in the world. It's really the pride of Taiwan. And her current work focuses on improving early diagnosis and treatment improvement for Pompe disease, AADC deficiencies. Now let's welcome Professor Zheng. Thank you.
Thank you for your kindly introduction, and I have quite privilege to stand here to present to you how we can manage the health inequality to rare disease patients. As a pediatrician, actually, yes, we have Smith in as our textbook. And being a pediatrician and also take care of rare disease patients, we understand that they have many places encounter health inequality. That's the reason the first thing I want to introduce to you, the Taiwan's healthcare system's beauty, is that we have the Fundamental Rare Disease Act. And we are actually the 5 countries to have the Rare Disease Act in the world. And after I can introduce to you our advanced newborn screening system so that every baby with rare disease condition could be taken care of our healthcare systems. So this is our Rare Disease Act. It actually composites both rare disease patients' care and also the orphan drug. Therefore, you can see that from the figure that we can manage patient care from the preventions to early diagnosis and also the better medical care for patients. In addition, we also provide some benefit to patients so that they can obtain orphan medications and special nutrition food. Finally, through the act that our national health insurance need to provide the protection, the overall coverage to those rare disease patients. And also they can get extra medical subsidies that besides the usual coverage, they also can have the certificate that they have a quite serious disease that they need extra help. Other than patient care, we also provide some incentive to award orphan drug research and development, and also provide incentive to encourage orphan drug registration and to ensure the supply and the manufacturing of those orphan drugs. So as a system, now we have the protection for our rare disease patients. Then we can think about how to make sure that every rare disease patient can be taken care of by our system. So this is the concept that we want to get them as early as possible, because currently many, not all, many rare diseases, especially in Taiwan, have the genetic etiology. Therefore, they should have the impact since birth. If we can pick them earlier enough that we can understand the patient needs help, and with our health care system that we can provide early and better treatment to them, then we can work together to ensure they have the better outcome. Achieve that, we need the first, as I mentioned to you, that we need the Rare Disease Act to help protect their health care with our national health insurance. And also we need a system to pick them up earlier. It's governed by our Health Promotion Administration. Actually, newborn screening system also developed quite well in United States and Germany. That newborn screening system, I would say, is an orchestra. So each component need to work together perfectly so that we can get the most risky babies to the hospital to get the proper treatment in time. You could see in our system, the ecosystem here is quite mature, so every baby born in Taiwan may be screened by our newborn screening system. We also make the requirement that every baby after 2 days of birth, that they need to have the blood test, and also the transportation from the birthplace to the central lab could only take 1 to 2 days. And in the lab, the lab need to work quickly to get the results in 3 days. So as a total, the baby, if that is a risk baby, we could expect the result come out at the age of 7 days. And finally, if we pick up those at-risk baby, we need to send the baby to the designated hospitals for follow-up and also for the diagnosis and confirmatory treatment and follow-up. Right now, you could see we took some time to develop the ecosystem for our newborn screening system, that the first 7 years, we increased the coverage rate from initial around 7% to nowadays is almost 99.8%. So you could see that every babies, even born in other islands besides Taiwan's, for example, here is Jinmen, all babies born will be covered by our newborn screening systems. And also, probably you understand that we have been quite many disasters, earthquake or typhoons recently, that even in babies born here, we need to make sure that the sample could go to our lab in time. So once they have those disasters interference, that we can make our every effort to get their results coming in 1 day, so that we still can expect the result coming in 7 days of age, that every baby will be protected by our system. So with the whole system, right now, more than 99% of babies can have result by 8 days of age, and we covered more than 50 conditions by our newborn screening. Those 50 conditions most belong to rare disease. It's just key indicators for our newborn screening performance. Again, we could do this achievement because we have a quite comprehensive coverage of our national health insurance, because currently the treatment cost is fully covered by our healthcare systems. So even later I can share with you several stories that even with those expensive orphan drugs, our babies could be treated by those orphan drugs, and then we can do the screening because we have the treatment. The advance of Taiwan newborn screening, as shown here, is that you could see Taiwan is not China, so we have different colors. And we have many conditions to be screened compared to our neighbors, that we are the several first places to cover the most comprehensive coverage, and also the most conditions to be screened. It also can show here by our friends that they consider us as advanced, established region, that we are here and we have the same similar performance as our neighbors, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Korea, and also honors to say that we also have quite good performance compared to United States and also in the Europe situation. So next, I want to share with you that with our advanced newborn screening systems, with our comprehensive healthcare system, that we can say the following stories to you, is that we prove the benefit of newborn screening system. Here you can see 3 examples. All those 3 diseases belong to rare disease, because the first thing you could see, the citrulline deficiency have the incidence of 1 in 20,000 newborns. And once we identify the case, that we can have the special nutrition management to them. But if you pick up the case quite late with jaundice, then we expect the management, although effective, could take some time to recover from the jaundice. So this y-axis showing here is the percentage of cholestasis free in that cohort, and the x-axis showing here is the duration or the age when they have cholestasis free. So you could see the upper dashed line here belong to clinical diagnosis case. They took longer time, longer periods to have the cholestasis free. In contrast to our newborn screening cohort, that baby could have a shortened periods with jaundice. That means they have a better liver function preservation. The second example shown here is the severe combined immunodeficiency. Again, you could see the incidence is quite low. It's almost 1 in 100,000 newborns. It is impossible to understand the baby have this severe immunodeficiency without newborn screening. So previously, the overall survival is quite bad, that no one could survive beyond 1 year of age. But right now, because of the newborn screening, you could see the upper blue line and red line, that because of the newborn screening, now we could do the hematopoietic stem cell transplantations quite early, and they can have a very good survival advantage. The last example is our Pompe disease. In Taiwan, the infantile onset Pompe disease have the incidence as 1 in 60,000. Again, it's a quite rare disease. But if we could identify them early, that we can provide enzyme replacement therapy. It's quite expensive, orphan drug, but covered by our national health insurance, that we can make them quite benefit or quite advantage of ventilator-free survival here. And right now, we also have the second generation of enzyme replacement therapy, so their overall survival and even the motor performance expected to be better compared to previous experience. The last one is that with the comprehensive ecosystem, so that we can pick up them, we have this newborn screening system, but because of the predicted policy, so we understand that once the orphan drug has been developed, they could get the national health insurance coverage. So it's make more incentive for the pharma to develop the clinical trial in Taiwan and benefit to our patients. So you could see this example is from our spinal muscular atrophy patients. Initially, without treatment, the overall survival, again, was quite bad. But at that time, they have the clinical trial products, the nusinersen, with quite improved in the survival. But they don't have the newborn screening method. That's the reason we developed the screening method, and we successfully detect those pre-symptomatic patients. And then with the pre-symptomatic treatment, now you can expect even better performance or even better outcome here. As I show you the last example, without newborn screening, you would not understand the baby have spinal muscular atrophy. So once we identify the case, we could do the early monitoring, and even better is that we can have the treatment initially by nusinersen, and later they have the chance to have the gene therapy, and then the baby is quite normal, no symptoms of spinal muscular atrophy. So my conclusion is that with the overall newborn screening power, that we can have better detections and comprehensive coverage for every babies with rare disease. And I'm sure that you can agree with me that earlier is better. And with newborn screening, we can provide the equality to every baby born in this region. And we probably have another advantage in the future to push all the frontier from prevention to precision health from birth. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to Dr. Ying-Shou Jian for her very informative talk. 非常谢谢简颖秀主任精彩的分享哦。And thank you once again to all 4 speakers in this session for their very insightful takes in terms of how to achieve health equity, the role of physicians, how to use AI to take their services to the next level, experiences and lessons from the U.S., Germany, and Taiwan. 我们再次谢谢这个场次的4位主讲人哦，精彩的分享。And now we'd like to move on to the panel discussion and Q&A. And for that, we'd like to invite our moderators and all 4 speakers back to the stage. 那接下来呢，我们的综合讨论 Q&A 的时间，要再次有请我们的主持人以及我们的语谈人到台上来哦。Let's welcome once again your moderator, Professor Jenda Liu, 有请次长 and Dr. Otmar Kloiber and Professor Dimitri Christakis, Dr. Karl-Heinz Grossgarten, Dr. Ying-Shou Jian, and joining us for the panel, we're also very honored to have Bettina Verso, Head of Parliamentarians Engagement, Unite Parliamentarians Network for Global Health Germany. 那同时呢，我们也邀请到Unite 全球健康促进议员联合网络的议员联系总监 Bettina Blussel 加入我们的讨论。All right, and now over to our moderator, Professor Deputy Minister Liu. 接下来把時間交給次長。
Okay. Thank you very much, dear ladies and gentlemen. Well, we have, I would say, really enjoy a very, very intellectual afternoon. And thank you for all our prominent and very experts for sharing your valuable insights. And now it's now open to the floor, and it's now welcome to, if you have any questions, please. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, please. Yeah, please.
Rachel Lu from Taiwan, Chang'an University. I have a question for Dr. Grossgarten about the health equity in Germany. Recently, we saw that in health policy, there's a paper talking about the demolishing global budget for primary care in Germany. And one of the reasons the physicians was trying to ask the government to abolish the global budget for primary care only, I suppose. If I'm wrong, please correct me. It's because they say that abolishing this global budget system will enhance access to health care for primary care and as well as health equity consequently. Taiwan's global budget system closely modeled the one of Germany, and I would like to see how you view this. Without global budget, is that really going to enhance health equity in Germany?
Yes, thank you very much for this question. The global budget was founded in the 1990 years. We had a problem in Germany. We had too much doctors. And too much doctors, that means too much costs. And so the remuneration system was constructed with a degressive system. The more you work, you don't get the more money for your work. The remuneration was constructed as a point system, and the more you work, there's less money for 1 point. And this was to limit the system. Now we have less doctors. This is a problem. And this remuneration system makes the doctor not happy, you said. It makes the doctor not happy. And especially for the primary care, it was a problem that all patient, each one patient should get an appointment advance at the doctor. And so this global budget was now, this global budget was we do not work like this anymore. If you work, you get money for the work, and if you work double, you get double money. So that is the system, and it's the same for the pediatricians. Yes. The limit of this remuneration, you have it for the specialist, and the aim is that the patients at first go to the general practitioner, and the general practitioner makes the examination and then decides if there is a further specialist necessary.
Sorry, before we proceed, please allow me to introduce Miss Bettina Brose. And Mrs. Brose is the parliamentarians lead at UNITE and the global network of parliamentarians for global health. And with extensive experience in legislative affairs and global health policy, Mrs. Brose is dedicated to addressing global health disparities and fostering fair health system through inclusive policymaking. Welcome. Thank you. Would you like to comment or say something to all of the audience? Please. Thank you. Please.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for the invitation. I'm really honored to be here with this distinguished panel, and also thank you for the presentations. Very insightful. And I'm here representing UNITE. It's a parliamentarians network on global health. We unite 530 parliamentarians from 120 countries who come together to really advance global health equity, the topic that we're today discussing. And the main takeaways that I had from the presentations that we had today, we cannot realize equity, health equity, when we do not have the political will. Parliamentarians are essential to really realize policies that include everyone and do not leave anyone behind. Today we're facing, in global health especially, many difficulties, geopolitical conflicts, but also the problem with funding cuts for global health programs, especially from the US. So the gap between health equity is widening. Today we already have half of the world population that does not have access to essential health care, and this gap is widening due to the funding cuts that we are experiencing. So we really need to have the political will. We need to have alliances, not only of politicians, but also of the private sector, of the doctors, of everyone who is involved in health to advance health equity. And we do have champions. We often hear the bad stories, but we have countries who are committed to global health, such as Australia or Norway, countries that increased ODA for health spending. So we really need to see how we can find smart solutions together on a multilateral basis, and we need to include every actor. That said, also Taiwan, actors who really want to contribute to global health, and that also includes having Taiwan in the WHO as an observer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Brose, from your warm word and also your introduction of your organization. And okay, now we have 30 minutes, and we will stop at 2:50. Okay, Mr. Shi and the lady and the gentleman, please. Yeah,
Thank
please.
you, Deputy Minister. I have one question to all of you. Doesn't matter any country, there are certain percentage, even very small, of population, always outreach of any care, always how to deal with those very small or anyway, outreach or approach. Doesn't matter what effort you're taking. A certain percentage, very small, how to deal with this.
Thank you very much. Dr. Shi is also our former Director General for Bureau of Health. Thank you. Thank you very much. The gentleman, please. And then, thank you. Please.
This is Junhui Ji from the United States, also originally from Taiwan. I have a question primarily for Dr. Grossgarten and Ms. Bluster. But I will appreciate all the panel respond to that. The question is regarding how we promote equity both within the national border but also globally. So for Dr. Grossgarten, you talk about improving equity, but increasingly many countries, I think including Germany and United States and so many countries, are facing social division as well as nationalism. And so for Dr. Grossgarten, how do you mitigate that in promoting equity in the universal health care? And for Ms. Bluster, how do you promote global health equity in facing strengthening, increasing nationalism? And also the unilateralism, particularly the US is leading toward unilateralism. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Now, Ms. Shi, please.
Thank you, Li Zizang. I'm Professor Shuti Cho, the former Director General of Taiwan's Health Promotion Administration. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Professor Chen for your wonderful works to continue the very difficult, very challenging works on caring for rare diseases. And here what I would like to say is that this is actually a beautiful story made true by collaboration of several efforts made by previous ministers who they saw the importance. And actually, in addition to technology in the medical center, it also takes innovative financing for rare disease. Actually, the budget is not merely solely within national health insurance. No, we also have the budget from tobacco surcharge. 3% of it went to care and research for rare diseases. And then also the delivery system, they work together, pediatricians and obstetricians and civil society, they work together to help identify these cases earlier. So I would like to say that that equity success is really a collaboration. And when we talk about national health insurance, I think we should also look at other opportunities for innovative financing to support national health insurance and to support those most in need. However, the drugs are also most expensive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for Dr. Chu's question. Now, this is the first round, and may I invite all the participants to address the question, right? Okay, please. Mr. Kleber, please.
Yeah, let me start with the first question that has been asked, perhaps. To continue that. The question was, there are always some people who are not being reached and are not participating or not getting a chance to be treated in the healthcare system. That is correct. And there are some specific groups which we can identify, which usually are not being reached in the healthcare system. Extreme rural populations, for instance, mentally disabled persons. We have impoverished people, and we have, for instance, non-documented migrants, especially in Europe, a big problem and communication there. One of the construction deficits of our healthcare systems are that our healthcare systems are built upon a patient seeking help and reaching out. So a patient is coming to a health facility, which the patient must be able to reach, be that a doctor's clinic or a hospital, And of course, those groups are usually not able, not willing, or legally restricted to seek those facilities. And for those groups, you will be only able to solve the problem if you provide healthcare that is reaching out. Must be healthcare that is seeking those populations, for instance, in very rural areas, which is sometimes very expensive. Good example is Canada, which has populations in villages which are hours away by airplane, and have something like 200 population, and you never will have a doctor there or a clinic in that one. You will have to spend a lot of money to provide healthcare for those populations. Telemedicine will be a solution for that, a partial solution for that, to be careful. But then there are others. For instance, what we have seen in Europe is the development or the idea of social psychiatry, an idea which started in Italy in the 70s, where the idea was that mentally disabled people should live in the communities and should live with the people. A correct idea, wonderful idea. But it also means that those people need help which comes to them, because they themselves may not be able to seek for the help because they don't understand or cannot understand that they need the help for their daily living. And what our politicians have done is they have closed many of the clinics for mentally disabled people, saying, well, you know, those people have a right to be out in the community, and they closed the clinics, but they forgot to provide the resources to have then a care that searches for them and provides care for them. Day clinics, which they need to have, outpatient care clinics, which is searching this. So if you want to provide equity to others, you have to have the necessary resources and to have to plan the necessary resources for this, and you have to seek out. It will not come automatically, and it will not be the reverse way that the people come themselves. You will have to reach out to those. But there are models and solutions for them, only that many of them cost money, and those money has to be provided by the politicians.
Thank you very much. Professor Christakis, please.
Yes, I agree with a lot of what Dr. Kleiber said. Your point is a good one, that there are always going to be populations that are remote or sufficiently marginalized that they're difficult to reach, if not impossible, which is to say that true health equity may be aspirational and very, very difficult, if not impossible to achieve. But I would sort of invert your question and say that the sad reality is that we're not even trying as much as we should, that we're not even making achieving health equity an aspirational goal. And for all of the, I'm a scientist, and I'm very bullish on the opportunities that science provides to bridge these inequities in health outcomes. So let's look at that for a minute. We're not funding research that tries to narrow those gaps. If you look at the population that I talked about, people with intellectual developmental disabilities, in the US and in England, the two places where I was able to find data, 80% of dollars that are spent on research exclude people with intellectual developmental disabilities. The trials don't let them be eligible, and we tolerate that for historic reasons that we can talk about. But we're never going to bridge the inequities in health outcomes if we don't bridge the inequities in health care research, because I believe that research is part of the solution, and if we're not funding research that's designed to narrow health equities, we're not even trying. So I don't disagree with where you're saying we're going to end up, but we have to try harder to get there.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Christakis. Quite short, okay? Yeah, please, yeah, okay.
A very important argument that you said that we have excluded this group, for instance, from research. The new version of the Declaration of Helsinki has inversed that. And it now says that you have to ask for the question, are there groups which are marginalized by your research and excluded and need the research? So that is something that has been taken care of there. Okay. And hopefully it will materialize.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Gorsgartner, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I think some essential factors for healthcare equity are health education and prevention. With health education in schools, you can reach everyone. Lifestyle is a very important factor for the limited life expectancy in Germany, despite we spend a lot of money for this. And we are working hard to earn a lot of money, and we are going ill, we have sickness, and then we spend this money for going in the hospital and to be a little bit less ill, and so on. Preventive medicine is much more important, and with lifestyle changes, you could reach everyone and have more health equity. The German healthcare system, we have a lot of barriers. Persons with physical illness or mental illness have problems to reach to the doctor. There we can do something to bring the medicine to these people, or to make these barriers lower. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Grossgarten. Dr. Chen Yishu, please.
Thank you. I can only make my personal experience to answer such kind of a question, that for newborn screening, actually echo to Dr. Cho's comments that we need everyone to work together. So for newborn screening, actually we have the public nurse sisters to help us getting those cases without permit to do newborn screening. So we can reach out to them. And for the financial part, that we have others financial support, for example, our social worker and our Taiwan Foundation for Rare Disease. And therefore, we have many interesting financial support to help minimize those inequality.
Thank you. Mrs. Bettina Bluse, please.
Thank you. I would like to pick up what Mr. Grossgarten just said on health literacy, on prevention as well. So even though we know that prevention, every dollar spent in prevention will give a return on investment of about $4, we still don't do enough, especially in Germany. If you look at the federal budget for health, and especially for prevention, it's nothing compared to what we spend for disease treatment. So our whole system is actually focused more on treating disease and less on avoiding diseases. And this is also partly due because politicians, they work in certain legislative cycles. So investment in prevention, you will receive the return much later than for instance, if you invest in hospitals. So sometimes this is really tricky when you have politicians not being able to to invest in sustainable policies because of that 4-year cycle. So they would rather take policies where you can have the return investment within this 4-year cycle than for the long term. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your reply. Okay, now is open to the floor, please. Is anyone? Okay, yeah, this gentleman, please. Yeah.
Hi there, Andrew Dillon from the UK. This could be a question for anybody, but it's prompted by something that Dr. Kloiber mentioned in his presentation. And he talked about the work of Michael Marmot in identifying the social determinants of health, which is about 25 years ago now. And so I wonder whether the panel thinks if Michael Marmot was doing that work today, would he need to include the growing disaffection and disillusionment with traditional sources of science-based advice on effective interventions and ways of maintaining and improving our health? leading to widespread skepticism about how to deal with diseases, how to go about securing effective prevention. So do you think Michael Marmot would have needed to have taken that into account, or is it not something that's significant in terms of determining the life prospects of people who hold those views?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, is anyone? We will collect 2 more questions, and yeah, is anyone? Yeah. If not, so please. Yeah. Okay.
I think Michael did and always does, still does. I have him seen always very critical in versus the usual research enterprise which we have, blinding out actually the questions of the social determinants of health, and now also the environmental determinants of health. That is something that has been underdeveloped, is still underdeveloped, I would say, in the research, in the health systems research that we do. It's not as fashionable as doing high-tech research, and therefore it is probably also not that much or that well-funded as it should be with that. When I have listened to him, I think that was something that he always pointed to, that there has to be more research and more developing being done in this field of social research in the field of healthcare in order to get a better understanding what we have to do and have to change for the social determinants of health. So I would say yes, he has and still does.
Okay. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Because I
Yeah,
haven't
of
addressed.
course, please.
Thank you. I haven't addressed the question that was posed to me before. Sorry for that. On nationalism, how we address this issue within the Unite. So Unite actually says. Actually, the name says already. We unite parliamentarians who are still championing multilateralism, because this is the only way we can address global health challenges. And even though when we have governments facing or tending towards nationalism, we do have parliamentarians who still stick to human rights, to multilateralism, and they understand that a way through global challenges is not with isolation, but with working together. And we see parliamentarians as bridges, diplomatic bridges, to spread this message across. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So is any questions from the floor? Yeah? Okay, if not, please, well probably I would like to respond partly to, one topic you mentioned. Well, I think when we talk about the so-called the problem of equity, I'm very impressed by Dr. Kolibris. You have distinguished between the equity within the healthcare system and outside, right? So I think it's this dichotomy indicate 2 approaches. The first one is disease-oriented, and another one is public health-oriented. I have to say, well, as Ms. Grossgarten has also demonstrated, money doesn't equal to health. Well, the US has demonstrated. They have spent about 16% of the GDP, but the life expectancy seems not so impressive, and also with Germany. So I think now the approaches is, the first one is, as you demonstrated, is the disease, which is related to the interest of the doctors, or public health, which related to public preventive or etc. etc. And this is quite different approaches. And now I think it's also now the challenge of the president now in the committee. We try to combine and to strike a balance. But I would say, well, this is it seems to me is quite different approaches. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, please.
Yes, indeed, it is an area of the individual healthcare and the public healthcare which has to be done. But I'm a little bit skeptical that we can deal this field completely with the term public health, because a lot of this starts much earlier. The question is a question of housing. Are you living at a place where you have clean water, where you have sanitation? Is this a place where there is enough education? Is education accessible, or do you have to pay for education, for basic education and for higher education? Is it a place where every child has a place to sleep at night? Is it a place where parents can read to their children at night, which is very important for their intellectual development? Very simple measures which do not have to do anything in the first place with public health and an understanding of public health, and yet they are of crucial importance for what are your chances in life to have a healthy life to live. So I would be careful to restrict it in any way to a narrow public health term. It is really a very wide challenge that has to be taken, and it starts with your conditions at birth, or actually before birth. Does the mother smoke, for instance? A public health topic, certainly, but do you have the proper living conditions? And do you have the education? Do you have an educational system that is really giving chances to people?
Yeah. Thank you very much. So now we have still 5 minutes. Is there any questions or comments? Yeah, Miss Chu, please. Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you. Lu Zizao, for giving me the second opportunity. Oh, it's in response to follow up what you asked and what Dr. Klober has just responded. I think that's truly very, very important and very timely, because the current president is promoting the Healthy Taiwan initiative. And as Deputy Minister Lu mentioned, that perhaps sometimes people believed that when we have a high-performing national health insurance and health system, it seems like there is no problem. However, there are still difficulties, there are still challenges. And I think in addition to being aware that there are other determinants outside of the health system, also there are two things very important. One thing is that clinical services is not the only way we can help our patients and their communities. We can also help advocate for the existence and importance of the determinants of health. Taking control of blood pressure as an example, in addition to do health education or to prescribing drugs, also, if the government tackle the food industry to lower salt content in the foods, then universally it benefits everyone. That's one thing. The second thing would be actually clinicians, either doctors or nurses, within the healthcare system. We are the people to see those most vulnerable people because they have higher chance of becoming ill. So they will be in front of us. So then we can be the connection. For example, in the US, they implemented social assessment and referral. And in UK and Europe, they call it social prescribing. So we can also serve as the connection point to link resources to our patients, going beyond clinical services. And this will achieve even better outcome than working alone with our hands and our drugs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Chu, for your stimulating comment. Thank you. So is there still any any response or any questions? Okay, if not now, we'll give our, sorry? Oh, yeah, please, yeah, please. The lady, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much to give me the opportunity to ask you the question. I want to give one question with Professor Chistas. I'm sorry if you like. I have one question is, how can AI help reduce health equality and improve the person-centered care for aging adults with intellectual disability in your country? Thank you.
Okay.
That is my question.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there are lots of ways that it could do it. And in fact, as I mentioned, from a universal design standpoint, the technology that would help people with AI communicate, with IDD communicate using AI would help everybody. The interesting thing, again, is that part of why this population is always left aside is because they're invisible to most industries, are invisible to most healthcare policymakers, and the incentives aren't aligned for them to do it. The financial incentives aren't aligned. And that's why I want to emphasize the universal design concept, because if you make an AI that works for people with IDD, it'll work for everybody in the healthcare system. It'll work better for them. And that would have a bigger financial payoff to the industries that are making it, and that would presumably get them more motivated to do it.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, very, very short. Actually, in our ministry, we have 3 deputy ministers. One is for health, for medical. The second is for public health, and I'm for social policy. So we have 3 standards of equity. One is for the national health insurance, and the second one is for public health, and I care for poverty. So probably we need, internally, some coordination. Well, later I will talk with my colleagues. Well, okay, thank you very much for your, I would say, very, very, very inspiring talk, and to share all your insight to the audience. And thank you very much for your active participation. Now our panel ends here, and thank you very much again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our speakers, would you please stay on the stage? Our moderator, Deputy Minister Liu, would like to present certificates of appreciation to all the panel speakers to thank you so much for your valuable input in this session. All right, and firstly to Dr. Otmar Kloiber. 好的，那接下来呢，我们就有请主持人次长代表主办单位致赠感谢状哦。首先给我们第一位讲师 Dr. Otmar Kloiber。 All right, let's have a photo together. Thank you very much. And next to Professor Dimitri Christakis. Thank you. Next to Dr. Karl-Heinz Großgarten. And Dr. Ying Xiu Jian, Jian Yingxiu 主任. And Ms. Bettina Blursol. Ms. Bettina Blursol, please. And would you please all come forward again? Let's do one more group photo with Deputy Minister Liu. Yes, for 30 years of Taiwan's national health insurance. Okay, thank you very much. Give our panel another big round of applause. Thank you so much. 再次谢谢我们所有主讲人讲师的精彩分享哦。All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to take a coffee break, and we have refreshments and also beverages ready outside. Please help yourselves. We'll be back by 3:10, 10 minutes after 3 o'clock. We'll see you later. Thank you very much. 各位贵宾，接下来呢是我们中场休息时间。我们场外呢备有茶点以及饮料，请各位贵宾自行取用。我们等一下呢3点10分呢再次回到会场，谢谢。 All right, ladies and gentlemen, plenary session 3 is about to begin. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. 提醒各位贵宾，我们大会场次第3场呢，等一下就要正式开始了，请各位贵宾准备回座，谢谢。 All right, everybody, please take your seats for plenary session 3. Thank you very much. 各位贵宾，我们大会马上要正式开始了，请您就座，谢谢。All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now in plenary session 3, we're going to explore how smart healthcare helps safeguard public health. 那接下来呢是大会场次3呢，我们要聚焦的主题呢是智慧医疗如何守护公共卫生。And now to begin, please join me in welcoming your moderator to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Deputy Director General, National Health Insurance Administration, Ministry of Health and Welfare, Mr. Yiming Pang. 让我们掌声欢迎场次的主持人，卫生福利部中央健康保险署黄一鸣副署长。首先上台开场，介绍主讲人。
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to the final. It's a very exhausting 2 days. Work very hard. Taiwan is very famous and proud of our IT technology. In national health insurance, we also very proud of our big data and information system. But first, I'm going to show you my personal health insurance card. Can you see me? Can you compare these 2 guys? Thinning hair and a lot of hair. It means I got the card many years ago. How many? 20 years. 20 years. So we are very proud of our big data, but our IT architecture for health information was built 30 years ago. And 30 years ago, we don't know what is big data. We don't know what is artificial intelligence. But currently, we also, all of us, should face the challenge and the opportunity and the good from AI and the smart healthcare. So today, I'm very honored to have the chance to host this panel. And today, in our panel, we have a HTA expert from England. We have a very good health policy professor from Japan. We have a very excellent medical educator from United States, and we also have a very smart AI guy in Taiwan, Dr. Lee. And our first speaker is Sir Andrew Dillon. Sir Andrew Dillon is very well known as the founding chief executive of the National Institute for Health and Care Excellency, what we call NICE in Taiwan. And recently in Taiwan, we are going to establish an organization just like NICE. And the legalization process is processing under our parliament. So we learn many from NICE. And today, we are going to enjoy Sir Andrew Dillon present for us. And ladies and gentlemen, please, with your big proud to welcome Sir Dillon.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for the introduction, Deputy Minister. It's a great privilege to be able to speak at the conference today. And my presentation is based largely on my experience of the 20 years or so that I spent at NICE in the UK, but also on observations of healthcare, the application, the use of health technology assessment around the world, including here in Taiwan, but also elsewhere in Southeast Asia, with a sort of explosion over the last 10 years of 10, 15 years of interest in the use of HTA in informing important decisions that are taken by healthcare systems. I just want to say congratulations to Taiwan for the extraordinary development of what's regarded as the best healthcare system in the world. I mean, coming from the United Kingdom with a 80-year-old universal healthcare system that's feeling just a little bit tired at the moment, it's hugely invigorating to come here and see what you've achieved and also the positive way in which you're looking at the future. Lots of lessons that any healthcare system with a universal healthcare ambition to take from the work that you've done here. So extraordinarily well done. I first came here in 2012, which was just before the introduction of the second generation National Health Insurance Initiative that introduced health technology assessment formally into Taiwan for the first time. I make no connection between those two events, but I remember very much coming here and seeing the enthusiasm and the hard work and the effort and the seriousness with which health reform was being introduced and the evident enthusiasm for using evidence to inform decisions in this country. It was a real pleasure, and I remember going back to the United Kingdom thinking that there's much to watch here and much to learn from the approach that Taiwan is taking. So it's a real pleasure to see how that's developed over the intervening 15 years or so with the introduction of the joint initiative between the Ministry of Health here and the National Insurance Association, a National Health Insurance Association of the Center for Health Policy and Technology Assessment, which got underway at the beginning of 2024 and is clearly going to be a further important step in this country in the use of health technology assessment. So many congratulations to you here who've been involved in that, in the work that you've done. You know, one of the enduring entertainments of those who are involved in health technology assessment around the world is trying to agree a single definition. Despite the fact that HTA has been around for, well, in different manifestations, evidence-based medicine for 50 years or more, there's still lots of different variations on what it actually is. But this definition, developed by the International Network of Agencies in Health Technology Assessment and Health Technology Assessment International, two representative organizations, is a reasonable definition of what health technology assessment is all about. I think it's broadly accepted. And in essence, it's both very simple and very complicated at the same time, HTA. I mean, essentially it's saying, here's something new. How does it compare to what we're doing at the moment? And it could be a question that's asked about a new drug. It could be about a medical device or a diagnostic or a new bit of software. It could be a public health intervention. It could be a screening program. You can ask the question about pretty much anything that a healthcare system wants to do. Is it better? To what extent is it better? How does it improve what we're doing for our patients? But as soon as you ask that relatively simple question, it starts getting complicated because there's so much that you can take into account in answering it. You certainly need to know what the evidence says for the intervention. What does the research say? But you might also want to know what the economic implications are. You might want to assess those implications against a a value for money threshold if the healthcare system operates one. You might want to have an understanding of the wider social impact, the ethical implications. Are there any legal implications? There are so many things that you can take into account. It gets to the point where it's really important to put clear boundaries around the question so that you can start to answer it and give yourself a chance of reaching some kind of conclusion at the end of it. And HTA has become very popular because of its potential for informing decisions in a world in which the options for healthcare systems are increasing all the time, and the cost of those interventions is ballooning, so the choices that need to be made are becoming much more acute, much more public. So to have some kind of structured, evidence-based process in which lots of interested parties can be involved is very attractive. So you can see from this slightly out-of-date map in the top right-hand corner here, it's appeared all around the world. Many countries have official or semi-official agencies or institutions that are developing health technology assessment, or they've got vehicles for taking the results of health technology assessments conducted elsewhere in the world into their healthcare systems and applying them. So a very popular initiative. And why do we do it? What is the benefit ultimately? And for me, the most important point on this slide is the first one. I mean, if we're not, all of us who are involved in healthcare, about improving what we can do for patients, then why are we doing it? There's lots of people involved in HTA, lots of disciplines, lots of people who make their life's work out of it, professional careers, huge amounts of research that go on, almost to the point where it can be an end in itself. But its real purpose is to help us do better for the people, the beneficiaries of the healthcare systems that we're all a part of. But the other benefits are really significant as well. So the opportunity to guide reimbursement and coverage decisions, securing accountability in the way those decisions are taken is also hugely important, because it's one way in which healthcare systems can improve on that social contract that they have with the population that they serve. It's a way of enabling the public to understand why a decision's been taken. If something is going to be made available, that's good, but if it's not going to be made available, then what's the basis for that decision? Before the introduction of NICE in the United Kingdom, those decisions tended to be taken at a semi-political level inside the Department of Health. It was never very clear how coverage decisions were taken. There was no visibility. There was no process that was obvious. So the transition from that situation to one in which there was clearly a process that was very public, and people who were taking those decisions, who were expected to stand up and be responsible and to be accountable for the way those decisions were taken, was a huge change for the system, and I think for the better, in that it's situations in which people might not have liked the outcome, but at least they understood who was taking that decision and the basis on which those decisions were being taken. Again, probably the first point in this slide is the most important. If you're going to approach the adoption, the introduction, the evaluation of a new technology, you have to be clear about the question you're answering. What's the decision problem that you're trying to tackle? If you don't define that at the outset, if you don't put a boundary, as I said a moment ago, around the question you're asking, then you won't get the answer you need. You might get some answer, but it almost certainly won't be the one you need. And you may end up never getting an answer anyway, because unless you have that clarity at the outset, defining that question, the chances are you'll end up down a rabbit hole somewhere, completely distracted and looking at the wrong kind of information. So it's really important to get that right. And then the other aspects of the approach, the need to make sure that there's a comprehensive assessment of the evidence, and that isn't just the published clinical trials. That means taking into account the preferences, the views, the expectations of those who benefit from and those who work in the healthcare system is very important too. Transparent decision making, so a clear process. How do you get from the evidence base? What's the audit trail from that evidence base to the final decision that you make is also really important. And all of that needs to be captured in a set of published methods and processes. So people who are interested in and affected by the decisions that you're taking as part of an HTA process can see how those decisions were taken. A little graphic up on the right-hand side is important, really, because it refers to how that safe space for decision-making, which I think is also extremely important in health technology assessment, is used. So how those perspectives are brought into it. What are the outcomes that are important for patients? What's the impact on health system resources? All of that comes into decision-making. And then you get to the point where the evidence runs out and there's still uncertainty. And the only way in which that uncertainty gets resolved is through judgments. And they're both scientific and social value judgments. And the scientific value judgments are about, for example, the relevance and generalizability of the formal evidence base, the published studies that are being used. But the social value judgments are also really important as well. So for example, are there any special features of the population that might benefit from a new intervention that haven't been captured in the formal evidence base and that should be taken into account? So all of those things brought together in that safe space for engagement, protected from anything other than the information that needs to be taken into account. So insulated from political pressure, insulated from special pleading that might come from those who are manufacturing the technologies or clinical groups that might have an interest for one reason or another in the introduction of that. And indeed the lobbying that sometimes comes from patient organizations. Now, all of those groups have got a genuine interest in the outcome and need to have the opportunity to bring their views, to have their views taken into account. But what we need to do is to create a space in which, once those views have been presented, that the decision makers can go away and carefully and systematically consider all of that information and reach that conclusion without this sense that they're being pressured or pushed around by those potentially vested interests elsewhere. So that safe space for engagement is really important. Now, there are all sorts of problems for those who are involved in health technology assessment. And again, possibly the first point is the most important, because the appetites and ambitions of the companies that develop, the industry that develops health technologies, and the health systems that purchase them are not always aligned. I mean, the reality is that companies need to make money out of the technologies that they're developing. By and large, health systems are attempting to contain the cost of those technologies. Everybody might say, well, we've got the best interests of patients at heart, and that's almost certainly true in the great majority of cases. But you can't get away from the fact that there's a fundamental tension in that relationship between healthcare systems and the industries that are supplying them with technologies, and it's always going to be there. So the critical thing is working to try and minimize the impact of that tension in the decision-making process. And it's critically important that trust develops as far as possible between health systems and those who are supplying them with their technologies in order to minimize the risk that disconnect sometimes between the risk appetites and the ambitions of the main parties involved get in the way of understanding the real incremental benefit of new technologies and getting in the way of the smooth introduction of the best of those technologies into the healthcare system. I sometimes think building trust is probably not the right way to describe it. It's probably building understanding, because I think trust is probably a bit of a stretch in the end between healthcare systems and those who supply them. And that's not a criticism of either party. It's just an illustration of what I was saying a moment ago, of that inherent tension between those two key players in the health system. But building understanding would be a growing ability for each of those two parties in that process of evaluating and adopting new health technologies to understand more about the pressures that each party is under. Because, as I said a moment ago, companies have to make money. Unless we've got a completely new way of ordering the arrangements for developing new technologies, then it's essentially part of a commercial process. And healthcare systems have to understand that. But equally, companies have to understand that healthcare systems almost everywhere have a limit on what they can apply. They have to, in terms of their resources, they have to make really difficult choices in order to make sure that they can spread what they have available as equally as possible amongst all of the beneficiaries in their healthcare system. So building a greater understanding, sharing an understanding of how each of the different players in the healthcare system works is really important. And one of the ways in which you can do that, I think, is to make sure that there's as wide a possible engagement in the process of health technology assessment. So everybody can get involved in it, clinicians, patient representatives, government through indicating whatever policies and priorities that they've got. Obviously, the industries that are developing the healthcare technologies themselves all have an entirely legitimate reason for and case for getting involved in the business of developing technologies. And if you can get that right, then it promotes legitimacy and transparency. And critically, it helps with the acceptance of the decision that comes out of the process. And if you can get widespread support for the process by involving people, then you're more likely to get to a decision that's broadly accepted, and you'll get support for the adoption of the technologies into the system. This slide's not strictly speaking about HTA, but it's very important, I think. HTA is an enabler of the use of evidence to inform, to drive innovation. And everybody's got a part to play in that. It's not just about companies trying to work out what health systems might want. It's about health systems being clear about what their priorities are. And it's also important for health systems to be clear about how they are going to assess value. What is it that is important? What's the unmet need that is really important for individual healthcare systems to deal with? And signaling that to companies is a very important part of the process. So just coming to a conclusion, what are the conditions for success? Well, this is not an exhaustive list, but I do think these things are really important. A clear framework. So why are you using HTA if you are using it? And how are you using it? Who's going to be involved? How are decisions taken? And if you're going to use it, it has to be properly resourced. So you need to have the people, the capability in order to make sure that the decisions that you're taking are taken well and are credible. Transparent processes. Make sure you engage with people and use the best evidence that you can. And keep developing your methodology, because things are changing all the time. Technologies, the science that underpins them, the nature of the evidence, the expectations of those who are involved in the process. So just to finish, what's the future of HTA? Well, predicting the future, as we all know, is a bit of a fool's game, but I think these are important. Integrating HTA really closely with regulatory processes, continuing to evaluate methods, including considering the application of artificial intelligence to improve the speed of the processes involved. I'm convinced that there's a big part for HTA to play, though I don't think it'll ever completely remove the human component. An earlier engagement is something that's very important as well. The earlier that a technology is being developed, the sooner that companies talk to healthcare systems about what they're doing, about what the potential benefits of what they're doing are, about the place in the care pathway their new technology might adopt, and what benefits they think that's going to bring to patients, the more likely it is that healthcare systems will be able to inform the company's research and development process so that when the final decision gets taken, you're in a position where the best evidence that's available for decision makers to use will be there, and potentially the best outcome in terms of the decision that they take. So I'll leave it there. Say again, many congratulations to everyone here in Taiwan for the wonderful effort that you've made, both with your healthcare system generally, but also with the introduction of HTA. I'm full of admiration for what you've done. And thank you very much again for the opportunity of speaking.
I should say thank you, Sir Dilong, very excellent speech. And Sir Dilong, I should say you inspire my long-term memory about HTA in Taiwan. Not only the first time you came to Taiwan. This year is the birthday. We are going to celebrate the birthday for National Health Insurance 30 years. And do you know, I share you some story. This year also is Singapore celebrated for they established HTA government organization 30 years. So same years, Taiwan established National Health Insurance, and Singapore established the official HTA organization in Ministry of Singapore, in Singapore's health administrator. And why I have the memory, I should say very thanks Professor Ye Jin-chuan, our first CEO for our national health insurance. Since Singapore established their HTA organization, after 1 year, they hold a 1-week course to training the Asia people to participate in their HTA organization. I'm the one guy sent by Professor Ye Jin-chuan sent me to Singapore to learn what is HTA since 29 years ago. So we have the chance to know what is HTA in Taiwan. And then we introduce HTA in our health insurance law, and then we are going to establish our HTA organization. So I think we should thank Professor Ye Jin-chuan. And ladies and gentlemen, use your big applause to thank Professor Ye. And then we are going to have a Professor Yasuki Kobayashi, Professor Emeritus at the University of Tokyo. He has worked extensively in the area of health policy and public health in Japan for about 40 years. So he has very good career, very good and experienced career in health policy. And now, please join me in welcome Professor Kobayashi.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to express my thanks to the organizers and Secretariat of 2025 Global Health and Welfare Forum in Taiwan for inviting me to this great forum. Congratulations on the 30 years anniversary of Taiwan National Health Insurance. I'm really honored to be here. The topic of my presentation is long-term care insurance system and its digitization in Japan. My presentation consists of 6 parts: a brief explanation of long-term care insurance in Japan, initial system design and current issues, smart devices and AI for monitoring, digital systems and beyond, big data and policy implications, and final remarks. Let's begin with long-term care insurance in Japan. As you already know, Japan is the most aged country in the world. Currently, the number of those who aged 65 and over is 36 million, occupying 29% of the total population. Therefore, establishing long-term care system for the elderly has been a top priority. Before 2000, the system was fragmented and inadequate. After many years' discussion, the long-term care insurance, shortly LTCI system, was introduced in Japan fiscal year 2000. It was and still is compulsory insurance for all people aged over 40 and over. One of the unique features of LTCI system is its certification and staging system. When a frail elderly or family members intended to use LTCI services, they have to apply for certification. Based on the result of visiting investigation and physician's opinion, the municipal government, which is in charge of LTCI system, decides whether or not the individual is eligible for services. And if so, the individual is to be assigned the care level, such as support 1 or 2, or care level 1 to 5. In principle, this certification is needed 1 year later, and then every 2 years. In each level, there is an upper limit of the monthly budget for LTCI services. For example, in care level 1, that is about 170 Japanese yen. In care level 5, that is about 360 Japanese yen, or roughly $2,400 US. These systems are useful to prevent moral hazard or overuse of services. LTCI systems provide various kinds of services for the frail individuals at home. In-home services, including home visit helper, home visit nurse, home visit rehabilitation therapist are provided. Furthermore, daycare service, respite care, and other services are provided. For those who could not be cared at home, several kinds of residential care facilities are arranged, such as special nursing homes, geriatric healthcare facilities, group homes, and so on. Currently, 7.1 million individuals were certified as eligible for LTCI services. Among them, 6.1 million individuals actually received LTCI services in 2023. 5 million, or 84% lived at home. About 1 million, or 16%, were institutionalized, such as nursing homes, or geriatric healthcare facilities. LTCI system is designed to support the independence of older adults, be user-oriented, reduce the care burden on families, and adapt the social insurance systems in which the relationship between benefit and financial burden remains clear. Through these system designs, ideally, the long-term care insurance system aims to transform family caregiving into the societal caregiving. As shown in this diagram, the services provided by LTCI system aim to meet the gap between the life expectancy and the active life expectancy. In other words, to meet the care needs of the elderly during the period of their state of dependency. However, due to financial constraint, it will be difficult, perhaps impossible, to fully meet the care needs. Indeed, the trade-off between ambitious goals and financial constraint is a long-term challenge. Therefore, certification eligible for care and co-insurance were built in LTCI systems to prevent moral hazard and overuse of services. Even after the introduction of LTCI systems, the role of family caregivers is still important. Currently, nearly 7 million people are more or less engaged in the care of their family member or relative. This figure shows the relationship between a care recipient and primary caregiver. The proportion of daughters-in-law was decreasing, while that of sons and husbands was increasing. Regarding family caregivers, two things should be mentioned. First, some of them quitted their job and cared for their spouse or parent. Second, caregiving is often stressful. There have been a couple of studies in which long hours family caregiving could be a risk factor of coronary heart disease. Therefore, additional support for family caregivers is needed. The most urgent issue of LTCI system is its increasing expenditures. In the beginning, the amount of the total cost were less than 4 trillion Japanese yen. For reference, but currently the amount was increased to about 11 trillion Japanese yen. For your reference, the current healthcare expenditure was 47 trillion Japanese yen. The ratio of healthcare to long-term care is 4:1. This gives you a concrete idea of magnitude. Securing financial resources is really an urgent issue. Another point I would like to make here is that source of funding. Look at the pie chart on the right. Like health insurance in Japan, a significant portion comes from national and local governments, namely taxes. There are inevitably many stakeholders involved in LT systems, making not difficult, but complicated to reform the system. In the initial design of LTCI system, to reduce political pressure to the introduction of the system, the premium for LTCI was set low. Instead, tax money was used to fund the system. In other words, the initial design was rather mild than radical. it's complicated subsequent future reforms. Yesterday, Professor Bill Shao pointed out about the Taiwan National Health Insurance. The initial design was built, but the reform might be complicated or difficult. In response to rising costs, government policies over the past 25 years have included increasing users' payment for food and accommodation at LTCI residential facilities, incorporating of group homes into LTCI systems, strengthening collaboration between medical and care providers, tightening the criteria for LTCI facility admissions, increasing co-insurance rate for those with income above a certain level, and developing the infrastructure for digitalization. The industry of long-term care services also faces challenges. Approximately 2.1 million people currently work in the LTC services industry, but there is a chronic labor shortage. The cause of the labor shortage are thought to be the difficulty of work, low wages, and declining working age population in Japan. This slide shows that the average wage of LTC service industry have been constantly lower than the average wage across all industries. Okay, smart devices. As well known, digitization saves effort, time, and space in the long run. This is especially true when it comes to record keeping, communicating information, and accounting. Another example of digitization is the use of electronic monitoring devices. Depending on the type of sensor, it can monitor leaving the bed, movement in the room, and leaving the room. Incorporating AI helps to further ensure the safety of frail individuals. There are also applications that shows on the display whether each frail individual at a hospital or residential care facility is asleep or awake. These kind of applications are useful for the care at night when there are fewer staff available. I put another slide before this slide, which includes a photo of an elderly person. But it seems to be disappear by mistake, so I will just explain. The photo was my mother-in-law. She becomes 100 years old in this December. 100 years old this December. And then she lives with her family at home in Okinawa. She certified as requiring support under LTCI system several years ago. Currently, she has been certified as care level 2 and received services such as day services, in-home service, walker rental, and handrail installation. Co-payment is 10%. Meals are prepared by the family living together. Perhaps she is typical of the person who lives at home, receiving both LTCI services and family care. Let me share an anecdote. A few months ago, she was briefly hospitalized for a fracture caused by a fall. The hospital had been sensors and monitoring system. Staff would come to her whenever she left her bed. Finally, she complained her family that the hospital was watching her. The staff maybe explained the bed sensor and monitoring system, but she has hearing difficulties and her memory is also declining because of old age. So it is important to keep in mind that older people tend to be less comfortable with digitization compared to younger people. Careful explanation is necessary for older individuals. And as of 2024, the most commonly installed ICT equipment is in residential care facilities, comprised computer for care record, 83%, bed sensor 70%, and in-facility Wi-Fi 66% of the responding facilities. This rate tended to be higher for large-scale providers. There are three major obstacles to digitization: cost, security concerns, and lack of ICT savvy personnel in long-term care facilities. Regarding the cost issue, subsidies are effective measures, especially for small businesses. For security concern, establishing a high secure common platform for the purpose will be effective. Taiwan is a good example in this regard. For lack of ICT savvy personnel, providing training opportunity for this digitization is necessary. Overcoming these obstacles may take some time. And digital systems. This is a rough image of services flow in long-term care facilities. User registration, assessment of care needs, and making a care plan, coordination of services among various providers, service provision, making a monthly report, and claims submission. At each stage of services, a lot of information is recorded, either on paper or electronically. If digitization advances, the time and manpower required for manual data entry or transcription will be saved dramatically. If digitization within a facility progresses, not only does it save time and manpower, but the data of the facility accumulates automatically. If digitization progresses across various facilities, not only data accumulation, but also data sharing, data viewing by users, speeding up LTCI procedures, preventing duplication of work, evidence-based policy making, and more will be possible. But haste makes waste. There are troubles related to Japan's digital transformation. In 2016, Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communication started the My Number card system, in which a unique 12-digit number was assigned to all Japanese citizens and foreign residents. This card system can do official identification for an individual, online application for various administrative procedures, and it is widely used for tax payment, which lead to accurately grasping each individual's income. Ministry of Health and Labor and Welfare planned a policy to link an individual's insurance card number to My Number card, so that individual can use my number card instead of insurance card. Although Japan has a universal health insurance system, various insurers are not unified because of historical reasons. Therefore, insurance card number is changeable due to age or job change. After the linkage, anyone can use My Number card as proof of insurance coverage. But the problem was its short implementation period, only 3 years. Due to this short implementation period, the local government and system design entrepreneurs who actually linked them were overloaded. And then, because of input errors and program bugs, different insurance card number and my number card were linked, possibly leaking personal information to others. As a result, it somewhat lowered support for the digital transformation policy among Japanese people who value privacy. The government finally postponed the end of the project. Okay. So there comes the time. So I skipped 3 slides and go to the final slide. In summary, thanks to LTCI system and family caregivers, long-term care for the elderly has been managed in Japan. However, there are many challenges in the future. Some of these challenges are shown in this slide. The issue of revenue increase, securing care workers, more efficiency in delivery, more support for family caregivers, and further promotion of digitization. All of these are difficult tasks, but we will overcome them one by one. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kabayashi. You have very detailed introduction from Japan's long-term care insurance. Since 30 years ago, we established our national health insurance. We know at that moment, Japan were starting long-term care insurance. So some of Taiwan scholars and some of my colleagues at that moment follow the Japan study and the experience of implementation of long-term care insurance. But in Taiwan, since 2012, we started long-term care 2.0, and since 2008, we started long-term care 1.0. So currently, we are going to have our long-term care 3.0. Under our long-term care 3.0, our national health insurance and long-term care will have a very complicated data exchange model and activities. And now we are going to have our third speaker. Our third speaker is Dr. Mark Schuster, the founding dean and the CEO emeritus of the Kaiser Permanente Tyson School of Medicine. Dr. Schuster is recognized as a leader in research on child, adolescent, and family health, with over 50 million in federal funding. He has conducted a study on topics such as quality of care, health disparity, paid family leave, obesity prevention, and adolescent and sexual health. His work has been widely utilized by academic, clinician, and policymaker. Dr. Schuster is an elected member of the National Academy of Medicine and the former president of the Academic Pediatric Association. Let's give a warm round of applause to Dr. Schuster.
Thank you, Mr. Parng. Just want to say congratulations on the 30th anniversary of the National Health Insurance. It's been amazing to be here. I'm learning an incredible amount, and it's been a real honor to have been invited and now to be up on the stage. Mr. Parng began when we started the session by pointing out how it's pretty late on the second day, and I realize people may be getting tired. If anyone wants to skip out on this, I'm just going to give you the punchline to begin with of my session. If you want to go see Taipei 101 or the jadeite cabbage at the National Palace Museum, which was fantastic. The main points are that the past 2 days which have been phenomenal, constitute health system science. What I'm going to talk about, all this material is health system science. And I think that medical students and doctors should understand all this material so that they know what kind of systems they're working in, the kind of systems their patients are maneuvering in, and so that they can help to improve it. So that's the main lesson. If anyone wants to slip out, I won't be offended. But if you stay, this is what I'm going to talk about. Okay, so this is already a different slide set from the one that was in the practice room, so we'll see how this goes. I am going to first talk about Kaiser Permanente and then our medical school, our educational pillars, going to define health system science, our approach to teaching health system science, smart healthcare and health system science, and why we train future physicians in health system science. So I'm going to say a little bit about Kaiser Permanente. I was asked to add that in, but like Dr. Kobayashi, I guess an older slide deck was put in here. So Kaiser Permanente is the largest private health system in the country. It's actually the largest nonprofit in the USA, and it's among the highest ranked health plans in the USA for quality of care. It's known for integrated care. It's known for patient-centered care, quality improvement, data analytics, and population health. It's in various regions in the US, and it is the sponsor of our new medical school, which is located in Pasadena, which is in the LA area of California in the United States. We opened in July of 2020 with 50 students per class, and our curriculum features small groups. The classroom learning is in small groups. It's case-based team learning. The students are in groups of 8 or 9, and they have 2 facilitators, 2 faculty with them in all of their sessions. One is a biomedical or basic scientist. The other is a physician. And they learn anatomy without cadavers. We teach them with augmented reality. We teach them with plastination, which is deceased bodies, they're donated, have been dissected to various levels, and then the organic material is replaced by silicone. If anyone in some parts of the world have seen the Body Worlds exhibit, which has been traveling everywhere, these bodies are processed in Germany. That's what we're using. And we also use a lot of imaging and point-of-care ultrasound. We have longitudinal integrated clerkships. In the first year, the students actually begin in the 3rd week, spending a half day a week with an adult primary care physician. They're with the same physician and nurses, the whole team, for 2 years, so that team really gets to know them and what their strengths are and where they need to do work. In the 2nd year, we add in 5 more of these longitudinal integrated clerkships. We add in emergency medicine, OB, obstetrics, gynecology, pediatrics, psychiatry, and surgery. And then in 3rd and 4th years, they do advanced clinical rotations. We have a big emphasis on equity and inclusion. We really want our students to learn how to provide equitable care, and we've heard a lot about equity at this conference. And in terms of inclusiveness, we've worked very hard to create an inclusive environment where our students, faculty, and staff can feel comfortable being their authentic selves at our school. I'll say our students have been phenomenal in helping us become more and more inclusive, and we were ranked the 5th most diverse medical school in the United States. And then the focus on student health and well-being, that's a big challenge in the United States. There's a lot of burnout and depression, and we've taken a number of steps to try to mitigate that. So there are 2 traditional pillars of medical education in the US. One is biomedical science, which is the basic sciences that underlie clinical care. And then the other is clinical science, which is promoting health and preventing, diagnosing, and treating clinical conditions. We have added in health system science, which is it's really how healthcare is delivered, how the systems are financed, and how they function, how they're structured. It's how clinicians can work in those systems to deliver that care, and how the health system can improve patient care and healthcare delivery. And I wanted to give you an overview. We don't have a biochemistry class or a histology class, or course, I should say. We integrate all of this material that is on the screen right now. So we go through the organ system. So let's say cardiovascular. We teach the anatomy and physiology of the cardiovascular system at the same time that we're teaching prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of myocardial infarctions, heart attacks. And at the same time, we teach the health system science, that women receive worse quality of care than men for a heart attack in the United States, and that people of color receive worse quality of care than people who are white for heart attacks. So we organize our health system science around these 5 topics, and I'm going to go through each one of them, and then I'm also going to give an example of each. And I do want to say that the American Medical Association is the organization that organized all of these topics into health system science and has been promoting it. And the licensing exams that our students have to take to become practicing licensed physicians are now including these topics more and more. So quality and patient safety. We teach the importance of measuring and improving quality of care and care delivery and efforts to reduce errors. Let's see, I'll give you an example of that. We teach them about the safety risks of transitions from the hospital to rehabilitation or from the hospital to home, where there are often communication gaps that lead to errors. We want our students to understand all this and try to address it. We also want them to understand systems-based practice and that errors are often the result of a systems failure, not an individual failure, and so you need system solutions. So an example of that would be teaching them about surgical checklists, instituting that across your entire surgery department so that everybody is working together to prevent errors. Quality and patient safety work often empowers providers and patients. The providers are empowered by having training in quality improvement and being able to advocate for better systems so that they can support them. The patients are empowered by seeing published reports on quality and safety so that when they do have a choice of where they go for a doctor or where they go for health care, they can compare and make a decision. This area also drives innovation in all the creative efforts to reduce errors and also reduces health inequities. When you're looking at quality and look at the quality you have based on various demographic factors such as race, ethnicity, gender, geographical area, and others, it allows you to see what the inequities are and try to improve them. And our students engage in a quality improvement project. It's called Quest. It's a year-long project. They work in groups, and they work at a clinical site. And each year is a specific clinical topic. All the students across clinical sites work on the same topic. And they try to, they succeed, I should say, in designing, implementing, and evaluating an intervention that's specific to their own clinical site. And they present the work at the end of the academic year. And this helps them build leadership skills. We really try to have a lot of teamwork so they can learn to work in teams. We think healthcare is a team activity. And we want them to understand how to improve healthcare now as students, but also in the future when they're practicing doctors. Next, I'll go on to, actually, you know what? I won't give you an example. It's not on this version of the slides, but I'm going to give it to you anyway. So there's a Thriveogram, one group of students. This was the year when we were working on hypertension, and they decided to work with the computer science, the programmers, to have all the patients who had uncontrolled hypertension get a personalized email with their name in it, reminding them to come in to get their blood pressure checked and to and gave them information about how to make the appointment. And the physician panels were randomized. Some physicians, patients got this and some didn't. And if they didn't have email on file, they got a personalized letter. And it really worked. There was significant improvement in uncontrolled hypertension among those who'd gotten the email or letter. And so then they disseminated this across that whole area. And you can imagine the students were really excited. They felt great, and it made patient care better. So next I'm going to go on to inquiry. We teach the students the fundamentals of clinical epidemiology and statistics. We teach them basic research methods, clinical appraisal and evidence synthesis, implementation science, and they conduct a scholarly project. That project is actually a required course. They have a faculty mentor who works with them, and then a lot of research support in doing it. We have an annual big symposium where they get the experience of presenting. And they also receive support for publishing a journal article. We have some editors here, including Dr. Christakis. So I hope that everyone will be receptive to our students' submissions. And just to give you two examples, one is comparative effectiveness of home-based cardiac rehab in high-risk women. Another study someone did is corticosteroid and platelet-rich plasma injections for knee osteoarthritis. Next, I'll move on to healthcare and social systems. So we want our students to understand healthcare delivery systems in the US, but also around the world, in places like Taiwan, because it's important for them to know what the options are as they start to influence in their community and in our country what any changes to the systems in the future. We also teach them about social service delivery systems, and then we teach them about integrating these two so that they learn how to screen their patients for social factors and coordinate with social supports in the community. We also teach them about government policies, how they impact health, both directly in terms of the government funding and organizing clinical care or funding research on clinical issues, and indirectly, it was mentioned that I'd done research on paid family leave. California was the first state to have it, but some other states have it now too. And that's indirect. It allows parents to take off time from work without being fired and still getting pay so they can be in the hospital with their sick child or to take care of an ill spouse. So there are all sorts of ways that government affects healthcare. So I'm going to show you a diagram that we use with our students. It's on the health insurance system in the US, and that's not standardly taught to students, but we think the students need to understand it. So the first question you ask in the US if you're trying to understand someone's options is, are you employed or not? And if they are employed, does their employer offer insurance, and are they eligible? Have they worked there long enough to get insurance? If the answer is yes, do they want to enroll? And if they have employer-based insurance, our students need to understand that if their patient gets a new job and changes employers, they may lose access to the primary care provider, the oncologist, the endocrinologist who they've been working with for the past few years. There's a lot of complexity with employer-tied insurance options. If they do not have, if they're not employed, if they don't have insurance through work or can't get it, or if they don't want to enroll, then the question is, do they qualify for government-based insurance? And then we need to know your age. Are you at least 65? And if yes, are you also under-resourced so that you qualify for Medicaid, which is our system for those who have more limited financial resources? And if so, if not, then you're on Medicare, or you have access to Medicare, which is for elderly, mostly for elderly. And if no, then you are eligible for Medicaid, and some people are eligible for both, and that creates its own complexity. And if the answer is no, you don't qualify for public insurance, do you want to purchase it? And The goal here is not to teach you about our system. Many of you understand our system quite well, but to show you the kinds of things we're teaching our students. And this whole part of our curriculum is tied to how our system might lead to inequities, so that our students think about the differences based on the type of insurance and access that patients have. Next, I want to go to community and population health. And this is the social, economic, and environmental factors that influence health. Dr. Georges Benjamin yesterday talked about the social determinants of health. This is just the language we use to really talk about the same thing. And we teach our students about community health resources and partnerships, how to partner with community organizations. We also teach them about population health and population health management. We want them to understand that if you have a practice, a large group practice or a smaller practice, you can run the data on your patients and see if there are certain groups based on demographic characteristics or geography that are, say, less likely to be screened for colon cancer, less likely to receive the flu vaccine, less likely to have well-controlled diabetes, and then address it, figure out why, and try to make it better. That's, as many of you know, population health management. Doing population health management leads us to work to improve equity. And students also conduct a service learning project. They work in a community health center for the first 2 years of school, and they service means that they are providing a service with their project to the community. Learning means it has to be educational as well. And see, I've got 2 examples I'll give you of that, but I have to look down at this. Integration of a social health needs assessment into the medical history platform. They actually programmed it in at a community health center so that it was automatic to assess patients' social health needs. And then another one was broadening access to care by creating educational materials focused on promoting digital literacy and teaching patients how to use telehealth. And so, particularly since we opened our school during the pandemic, a lot of the patients in these places were not having access to care because they didn't know how to use telehealth. So our students worked on improving that. And here's just one example. A lot of shown the same kind of material. If you're a tourist in LA, you often go to Beverly Hills to see where all the movie stars are, and you go to Watts Tower because it's a major creation and art structure that's in one of the least resource areas of LA, an area that's been where people have been blocked from really having access to resources. And it's a 12-year life expectancy difference between 88 and 76 years based on those 2 areas that are not far apart. So health information technology, this session's already covered that a lot with the prior speakers. But it's the use of information systems, software, and digital tools to manage health data, improve healthcare delivery, and support clinical decision-making for a lot of benefits. And these, of course, use electronic health records. We work really hard to try to create interoperability across institutions, across parts of the country, decision support systems that give you an alert if you've ordered 2 drugs that might interact, or let you know if a patient needs to have their labs repeated because of a prior one that was too high or too low. Patient portals that allow patients to engage in their health care, and also often, depending on the system, request refills on their prescriptions. And then telehealth and mobile health, which we've learned a lot about. Dr. Chen talked about mobile health yesterday. Smart healthcare, Dr. Kobayashi just gave us some examples there, but smart healthcare, I was asked to mention this, is a more advanced subset of HIT that incorporates artificial intelligence and generative AI, the Internet of Things, cloud computing, big data analytics, and smart hospital infrastructure. We just heard about smart beds, which continue to amaze me. And the integration of AI and smart healthcare into education is something that we are exploring at the school. It creates the opportunity for personalized education, having the curriculum tailored to each individual student, and so that they're learning what they need to learn, what they don't know, and giving them extra support in areas they're struggling with, and going quickly over areas they already know a lot about. We haven't done that. We're just exploring it. And then they use it, the students, for study aids. They create flashcards. They create practice quiz questions. It's really amazing what they do. And then clinically, we need our students to understand how AI and smart healthcare are being used in the clinic, because it's already being used and they're going to keep using it in the future. And so they're learning about diagnostic algorithms, predictive models, models that let you know who's likely to get much worse in the ICU, applications, AI scribes. Kaiser Permanente uses a bridge. There are a number of ones around the country. I say our students, we're not letting our students use it routinely. We teach it to them, but they need to learn how to think, how to put together a note on a patient and go through that process of learning. So we are holding them back right now. That could change in the future. And we also teach them about the limitations with AI and other smart healthcare techniques because of hallucinations, biases, skills atrophy, by, if you're in radiology, not reading x-rays for years and then suddenly the system's down and you've gotten rusty on how to do it because generative AI has been doing it for you, and just disengagement with your practice. Smart healthcare, just to summarize, is really a key topic in health system science. It improves diagnostics, treatment, and patient outcomes. It makes care more efficient, personalized, and patient-centric. Supports systems-based practice, coordination, and interconnectedness. Advances quality and safety. Empowers patients and providers, as I'd mentioned before, and drives innovation to reduce health inequities. So I'm just going to summarize this one slide, really what I've talked about, and frame it in terms of why future physicians need to be learning health system science now. So in terms of quality and patient safety, it prepares them to engage in quality improvement efforts in their practice and not become the kind of doctors who say, oh, I don't need to have my quality measured, my quality is perfect, but really understand we can all improve. Inquiry helped them become producers of research. We'd love some of them to be researchers to replace us in the future, and also to become informed consumers of research. We want all of them to know how to read an academic paper and decide whether to change their practice or wait until there's been some replication studies. Healthcare and social systems, we teach them how different types of healthcare coverage, delivery systems, and payment structures affect patients' access to high-quality care. Community and population health, help them learn how social, economic, and environmental factors affect health, and how to use patients' subgroup data to identify and address gaps in care, and thus address inequities. And HIT, we need to prepare them for the impact of information systems and AI and generative AI on healthcare and clinical practice now and for the future. They need to know how to adapt as we rapidly move forward with technology. So I hope you all come visit. As I said, we're in the LA area. I'd love to give you a tour. It's a great school. This is our inaugural class. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Schuster. Your presentation let us know these 2 days are not only exhaustive days, but also very good health system science conference. Yeah, thank you. And now we are going to approach the final speech. Come from one of my best colleagues in Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, Dr. 卷章李建章处长. Dr. Li currently is our DG for medical information in our DG medical information officer for the Ministry of Health and Welfare. He. Dr. Li oversees information technology system and strategy guide IT investment to support the military's mission of advancing public health. He also is a very excellent emergency physician in National Taiwan University. And now, please join me in welcome Dr. Lee.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you to insist to the ninth inning of the baseball game. First of all, I would like to thank the Deputy Minister Pang, which is the master of my government work. 他是我的师父, because I take this post less than 2 years. Before that, I was an emergency physician, emergency medicine professor in the National Taiwan University hospitals. But because I also have some backgrounds in information science and epidemiology, so I was lucky to take this post and to help the information health technology reform of Taiwan. So today I'm going to share some infrastructure, health information science infrastructure works we have done here in MOHW. And actually, I changed the slide yesterday evening because I was so inspired by William Shaw's talk. As a Harvard alumni, I understand what William Shaw is talking about. So he's the architect of the Taiwan's national health insurance, and he pointed out that the system is now facing two major structural challenges. So this is the payment system problem and the health work manpower shortage. So for the payment system issues, the current fee-for-service structure of the national health insurance of Taiwan links to the provider income to the number of visits and amount of medications and number of procedure or surgery performed. So actually, systems does not encourage people to be healthy. So actually, the sicker the patients, the more revenue the medical institution will make. So it will encourage the overutilization or overtreatment, and long-term sustainability is a problem. And also the workforce and the manpower shortage, because we have the rapid population aging. In 2025, we become one of the super age society of the world. And we have insufficient growth of a healthcare workforce and increasing workload and burnout. So the workforce shortage will be a critical determinant of the NHI sustainability for the next 30 years. So as the leaders in the information technology of the Ministry of Health, I think we have two core strategies for reform to support these two core strategies using the information technology. So William Shaw already mentioned that the strategy for the fee-for-service is we need to transition or transform to. Sorry. So we want to shift the fee-for-service models to value-based payment systems. So that means that we want the healthcare paradigms to shifting from treating disease to controlling of a chronic disease and to disease prevention and ultimately health promotions. And to execute, to fulfill that goal, I think a digital, transparent quality measure system is the key. And the second thing, if we want to solve the manpower issue, we need to improve system efficiency and productivities. And if we only increase the doctor amount and import nurses, actually will have great societal impact as evidenced by the the massive strike of doctors in South Korea. So if we want to increase the system efficiency and do not only increase the number of doctors and nurses, we need to enabling the whole healthcare systems with AI. So let's see how information technology can help the value-based payment systems. Currently, the calculation of the clinical quality measures is by hand. Also, we do not have a very transparent, fair, and real-time clinical quality measure system here in Taiwan. So if you want to do the value-based payment systems, you need to have a very good quality indicator systems. So electronic clinical quality measures is the definition is a digital standardized quality measures calculated from the structural EHR data. And they also have to do the automated reporting. You need to use some standardized coding systems, real-time data extraction via the FHIR, and also use the automated calculation submission through a quality engine using the CQL. I will explain this technique later. And with this kind of quality indicators, we can execute the value-based payment systems in Taiwan because we can provide a transparent, comparable quality metrics, and we can incentivize better outcome, prevention, and efficiency. So how to build a digital quality measurement systems in Taiwan? You need to have three components. First, you need to have a nationwide standardized EHR data systems. The second, you need to have a standardized computer programs to calculate a clinical quality measure. And you also need to have a standardized real-time or reporting system to the government. So this is the current situation. In Taiwan, we have fragmented hospital information systems. We have more than 40 EHR systems in Taiwan. And most of the EHR systems of the medical center here in Taiwan are homegrown systems. And each hospital do not want to give up their own systems. They want to keep them. And the second thing is that because the system is diverse, lack the interoperabilities, so you need to do the hand extraction of the information required for the quality measure calculations. And the government or the agency of the hospital quality monitoring agency need to issue some self-administered reporting form, or either the electronic form or the paper form to each hospitals. And these kind of forms actually are subjected to manipulations because the rule is not unified. Each one can use their judgment to do the exclusion or inclusion on the numerator or denominators. So if you do not have a very transparent, very fair quality calculation system, quality indicators, then the quality-based payment system will fail. So instead of change all the HIS systems of Taiwanese hospitals, we use data conversion strategies. That means, I use this as an example. If everyone's mobile phone use different type of operation systems, I use Android, you use iOS, others use Windows or Blackberries, and we want to keep our own systems, then the way to do the interoperability is that we submit the data to a data platform and map each data there so that we can achieve data interoperability. So that's the strategy we are taking here in Taiwan. And we use the FHIR, the international standard, as our national standard to unify the EHR here in Taiwan. So in order to unify all the data elements from different hospitals, different EHRs, you need to have a national standard. So we announced that standard, call it the Taiwan Core Implementation Guide. This Taiwan Core Data for Interoperability version 1 have 20 categories, 109 common variables, and it's actually compatible with the US CDI version 4 because we want our data not only be interoperable in Taiwan, but also can be seamlessly integrated with the world. But for these 109 categories, we need lots of local revisions, local extension to fit the local healthcare settings. So we already announced that, and every hospital can download that to map their data to this standard. Second, we also use the current technology to develop a new tools. For example, if you want to extract your raw medical text into the ICD-10 or the more complicated SNOMED CT terminologies, it takes lots of human resources. So we use the large language model to build automatic encoding systems. So the first step is that we can polish all the medical texts written by Taiwanese physicians into a very beautiful English. Then we can extract the low encode, SNOMED CT code, ICD-10, and every kind of a code there. But we use the human in the loop concept. So the staff coders need to verify whether the LLM do the job very good. So if there are some hallucinations, they need to verify it. So these are some important milestones of our work to unify the EHR data in Taiwan. So in the March of this year, we building the Taiwan Core Data for Interoperability version 1. And in about June, we develop our local LLM-based EHR encoders. And about September, we developed Taiwan's original file converters. You need that kind of tools. And December, next month, we will announce some high-performance, high-throughput server that was powered by the GPU and cloud computings to support the high-throughput file servers applications. And we expect in 2026, that January next month, we will upgrade our National Electronic Health Medical Record Exchange Center into a file-compatible EHR exchange centers. So these are the some milestones of our next generation EHR projects in Taiwan. So all of these informations, we put them together, all the standards, we put it together in a platform called the Taiwan Healthcare Information Standard Platforms, so that everyone have their own systems can use the information here and the tools here to standardize their data. Okay, after several work, we only unify the data, but we do not unify the computer programs to calculate the quality, and we do not have a unified reporting systems. So to fulfill the second and third missions, we need to introduce another technology called CQL, Clinical Quality Language. Clinical Quality Language actually was developed by the AHRQ of the United States. And it is like a computer language, like the Python, like the R, or like the C++. But we have so many computer language, why do we need that additional language? I believe none of you have learned this language, but you can read the CQL I show here. It's a CQL that to help remind doctors under what kind of NHI criteria you can prescribe statins. So you can see it uses plain English, define reimbursement criteria met. If patient risk factor equals 0, then patient LDL level less than 160 So that you use this kind of a prescription, you can make the computer work for you. Yeah, so that's the magic of a CQL. And it is 100% compatible with the FHIR data structures. So we introduce the systems to Taiwan. We do a lot of a workshop and do a lot of the teaching to the computer engineers of every hospitals. We want to introduce this kind of language systems in Taiwan. And we have to thank the NHI, National Health Insurance Agency, because they are the first one adopters. They start to use CQL by Deputy Minister Pang to build the cancer drug prior authorization systems. So that means if the NHI create that computer programs, every hospital can use that health programs. You do not have to repeatedly write that kind of a computer programs, but you can use single one programs if your EHR systems are using FHIR for standardizations. So we will collect all these government rules written by CQL in a space called a Taiwan Health Rule Space. So it's like a marketplace that every kind of, like the CDC reporting systems, like the chronic disease cancer screening, like the reimbursement rules are written using the CQL. You can put it here. So that's the Taiwan Health Rule Space. We have the sandbox, have all kinds of information tool and teaching videos. And we will also hold some hackathons. And for the, to answer the second issue raised by William Xiao, how to increase the system efficiency. We already know that GAI greatly reduced the documentation burdens of a doctor and nurse. In many hospitals of Taiwan, we have studies showing that for a nurse, a shift of 8 hours, GAI can reduce about 2 hours. So it will increase about 25% of nursing productivities. So we think we need to create a ecosystem that every hospital can use the AI to increase the productivity and efficiency of their systems. However, the obstacles for implementation in AI is not the GPU computer. It is not the algorithm or the programs. There are 4 major obstacles for implementation of AI in the healthcare system. The first is ethical use or responsible use of AI. That autonomy, transparency, accountability, equity, privacy, protection, sustainability, ethical issues. And second, that's the validation and approval challenges. Most of AI are developed by a single or few centers. You need to use the population-based data to validate it, but the population-based data is lacking. And third, reimbursement challenge, lack of scientific evidence for the health technology assessment, because AI does not have to undergo randomized control trial to get a robust scientific data. And also the interoperability challenge. We are in the previous session, I only solved the data interoperability, rule interoperability, but I did not solve the APP interoperability. So to solve all this kind of a problem, first, I established 3 types of national AI centers. The first is called the Center for Responsible AI Centers. Currently, there's 10 centers in Taiwan that practice responsible AI in their hospitals. These principles are data privacy, security assurance, transparent implementation, and AI product, local testing, and lifecycle management. We also have 4 centers that can provide population-based data to help validate the medical centers' AI algorithms. We also have 5 centers that can help the FDA or TFDA approved AI to do the randomized control trial. We believe that AI need to use randomized control to prove its clinical benefit, to provide robust evidence of a clinical benefit before they can go into the reimbursement. Then we use the SMART criteria. SMART is another standard that is also required by the US law, the 21st Century Cure Act, and the final rule requires that every EHR in the United States have to use SMART as a standard for the APP. So Camando, as a friend from the Harvard Children's Hospitals, we collaborate with him to build the first national smart APP marketplace in Taiwan. So we already have that platform, have AI tools and sandbox certification in marketplace. So few weeks ago, we announced the first Taiwan 50 best smart APP contest. So by the end of this year, we will have 50 AI or non-AI smart APP in our national marketplace, so that every hospital, if you use our FHIR standard to standardize your EHR system, you can enjoy these ecosystems. So this is our answer to William Xiao's questions. So we want to use FHIR to unify the Taiwan EHR system. So we call it a Taiwan Health Data Space, where we'll store lots of FHIR IG, like all kinds of medical data dictionary. And we will have Taiwan Health Rule Space that will store all the rules, computer programs written by CQN. And we will have Taiwan Health APP Space, which is the space for all kinds of smart APP, including AI, GAI, all kinds of AI. So this is our answer to William Xiao. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much to Dr. Jianzhang Li's very informative talk. Thank you very much. 非常谢谢李建章处长精彩的分享哦。All right, once again, thank you to our 4 speakers for their wonderful sharing in this session. Sir Andrew Dillon, Professor Yasuki Kobayashi, Dr. Mark Schuster, and Dr. Jianzhang Li for sharing how technologies, artificial intelligence, and smart healthcare can do to promote public health. 再次谢谢他们的分享哦。And next, we are going to have the panel on the stage, and because currently we're about 15 to 20 minutes behind of our schedule, so we'll do the QA for 10 to 15 minutes, all right? So for that, we'd like to welcome back our moderator and 4 speakers to the stage. 我们要再次有请我们的主持人以及4位与谈人到台上就座。Let's welcome our moderator, Deputy Director General Yiming Pang, Sir Andrew Dillon, Professor Yasuki Kobayashi, Dr. Mark Schuster, and Dr. Jianzhang Li. Please take your seats on the stage. All right, and now over to our moderator, Deputy Director General Pang. 再次把时间交给主持人副署长。
Thank you. Appreciation to all our speakers for sharing your very valuable insight. And our discussion time is very limited. So now I open the floor to all of you. Any question? Yes, please, Professor Zhen.
Thank you very much. I have 2 questions, and one is for Sir Andrew, the other is for Professor Kobayashi. This question is not about HTA directly, but of UK NICE's other function, which is that you put out these practice guidances. In the US, we call them practice guidelines. I have looked at some of them, and very, very impressive. I compared with other guidance put out by other countries. And I think I would go for NICE if I have a question about something, NICE guidance. So my question is, to what extent do practitioners, whether it's doctors or hospitals, adhere to the guidance published by NICE? And how do you monitor that? Because that has to do with the quality of care in UK. And my question for Professor Kobayashi is, for long-term care, Taiwan has the same issue with workforce shortages. And so if you can speak about Japan's experience with dealing with workforce shortages, is immigration allowing foreign workers to come into Japan the answer, or very helpful answer, or not so helpful because of various obstacles such as language and cultural differences? So what % of your long-term care workforce is currently foreign workers?
Well, the clinical guidelines that NICE produces, essentially sort of care pathways, disease and condition care pathways, are not mandatory. So it's all advisory in the healthcare system. So the answer to the question, to what extent are they used, is it varies. Depends on the topic, it depends on the clinical communities and the extent of their kind of interest and commitment in using guidelines produced at a national level. Because the NICE guidelines are often in competition with local, nationally produced clinical guidelines, and they're also in competition with international guidelines, which are often very attractive to clinicians working in the UK, mainly because those international guidelines are rarely constrained by the need to take value for money into account in the recommendations that are embedded into the guidelines. So conventionally, NICE has tried to bolster the enthusiasm for using those guidelines and the support for their adoption by involving clinical communities in their development. The guidelines are written by the clinical groups that are involved in delivering care in those disease or condition areas. And NICE uses the professional associations, the medical royal colleges, to promote through their own networks the use of those guidelines. There's a little bit of fiscal incentivization, not to individual physicians, because that doesn't happen at all in the UK, but there's a little bit of fiscal incentivizations to NHS organizations to use the clinical guidelines. But essentially, the guidelines have got to stand on their own merits. They have to persuade the people who provide care, and indeed the patient organizations that advocate for care, that what's recommended in them is in the best interest of patients.
Yeah, your question is very tough. Recently, the proportion of foreign worker in long-term care industry is very small because of the language problems and also other regulations. But the government currently become more open for foreigners in every industry. But the things becomes a little bit complicated because even in Japan, there are growing pressure from the populist parties. And they insisted to appropriate number of foreign workers. And then, so probably the use of foreign workers goes with mild speed. Not so fast, but mildly proceeded. So that's the Japanese way of changing the situation and changing the system.
Yes, please. Yeah. Just a question for Dr. Lee. Congratulations on the success and the work that you did to create interfaces for apps and smart applications and things like that. But sort of backing the clock backwards a little bit, I'm curious why in a country that has a unified health insurance program, are there 40 different EHRs? It seems like you've spent an enormous amount of time and energy reverse engineering to try to achieve interoperability whereas the data has shown all over the world that if you move to a fully integrated platform with one EHR, you would instantly achieve interoperability. So just wondering what the decision process was to reverse engineer rather than go to a single EHR.
Yes, very, very good questions. Yeah, most of EHR system in Taiwan are homegrown because each hospital believe they have their own workflows, they have their own work cultures. So there's three big hospital systems in Taiwan. One is the National Taiwan University Hospital, one is the Chang'an Hospital, and one is Veteran General Hospital. Even in Veteran General Hospitals, they have more than three systems. Yeah, so within the same system, they cannot talk with each other because everyone believes that their system is the best. So it is very hard to persuade the 23 university hospitals to give up their systems and use the single systems. That's the first. And the second thing is that if we see the Singapore, they try to use the EPIC as their national systems, but the cost to introduce EPIC EHR in Singapore is $1 billion US. And if the estimate by the population numbers, we need about 4.5 billion US dollars to introduce the EPIC systems in Taiwan. And that's not the single purchase price. Every 2 years, you have to upgrade, like Windows. From Windows 3, now it's Windows 11. So that will impact the core value of national health insurance, affordability. So, and we believe that Taiwan has the IT capabilities to build the interoperability tools by ourselves. So we try this path to keep their own systems, but convert their data and build our own systems.
But I should say also we have so much different health information system, but their driving force came from national health insurance. So since 30 years ago, all the health information systems share the common data standard from national health insurance. So this is basic for us. Currently, we can say we have so powerful big data for health information. So I should say the concept for industry is different. Just like 50 years ago, maybe we were tailor-made dress, but currently most of the dress come from the industry. So the industry issue and evaluation also is a very important issue. Professor Chi, please.
My question is for Sir Dylan. Thank you for a very inspiring talk about HTA. And in your talk, you mentioned about the importance of social value. And I came from Oregon, and Oregon is one of the pioneers to use HTA, try to prioritize healthcare explicitly, only to find out that priority setting in healthcare is primarily in the normative domain rather than positive domain. So given the importance of social value, my question is, what would you recommend how country and society institutionalize the collection, assembling of social value, but also to let the social value guide the priority setting? Thank you.
Well, one of the ways that NICE went about doing it was to set up a series of citizens' councils. So these were typically a group of 30 people drawn from the population to try and as far as possible to represent the broad characteristics of the UK population. And they were recruited independent of NICE, and the meetings were run independently of NICE. And they were asked to address a whole series of questions that were essentially questions that weren't technical in the sense that they were to do with a particular methodology for interpreting evidence, but they were more broadly about what the population would feel was appropriate as decision makers on NICE advisory groups went about their work. There was a lovely, just a quick story, there was a lovely Citizens Council meeting which was trying to understand the views of children and how to incorporate the views of children into decision making about technologies that were relevant to children. And as part of the preparation, the Citizens Council recruited a group of young teenagers and to give them an understanding of what NICE was trying to do, and particularly value for money. They were trying to illustrate the value for money thing, saying, well, you know, how about buying a pair of trainers? Would you prefer, you know, to pay, I mean, in those days, you could say £25 for a pair of good quality trainers. Or, you know, would it be better just to pay a bit less so you could get them more cheaply? To which the response was, they wouldn't be seen dead in a pair of trainers worth less than 50 quid. So it's very interesting to, you know, to sort of engage the public, people who typically don't get involved in taking decisions about, you know, what kind of healthcare or what kind of technologies people want. And it's really insightful. And that series of probably around a dozen meetings was quite informative for those of us at NICE. I would say just one quick thing is, it's very difficult then to try and integrate the outcome of those meetings and really change the methodology and influence decision making. It's quite a hard thing to do, but it's worth trying.
And now it's time, the last question. Yes, please.
Yeah. Thank you. Hi, I'm Merla from the Philippines. My question is for Dr. Chang Lee. And first, I would like to thank Ms. Sheila Chu Yu Yan Chen for apprising me on the health systems of NHI. So I was overwhelmed, and my question for you, sir, for Philippines, who is now operating on several non-interoperable systems, and also our only standard code is the ICD-10 and the CPT code for the procedures. So we don't have any standard coding for drugs, laboratories, supplies, materials, and diagnostics. So what would be a pragmatic approach that you would advise us in order to initiate a comprehensive digital transformation? Thank you.
Okay. From my perspective view, if the most pragmatic way is build a affordable nationwide EHR systems, not using the data conversion approach like Taiwan's, because in Taiwan, each hospital want to keep their own, but that requires lots of efforts on the conversions. So if you do not invest on this kind of conversions, the best way is that to build affordable nationwide use EHR systems.
I think our time is up, so I should close the panel. And do you have any question for each other? So, no? So thank you, everyone. And now we can end our panel. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, Deputy Director General Pang would like to present certificates of appreciation to all four speakers on the stage. Thank you so much for your valuable inputs in this session. 那接下来呢，我们庞副署长要代表主办单位致赠感谢状。Firstly, to Sir Andrew Dillon. Thank you so much. Let's have a photo together. And now to Professor Yasuki Kobayashi. Thank you very much. And Dr. Mark Schuster. Okay, let's have a photo together. And Dr. Zhenjiang Li. And now can I have everybody come forward? Let's do another group photo together. Yes, 30 years of Taiwan's national health insurance. And thank you very much. Okay, everybody, give our panel another big round of applause. You may return to your seats. Thank you once again. 我们再次谢谢我们大会场次3所有的主讲人以及主持人呢。All right, ladies and gentlemen, the 2-day Global Health and Welfare Forum in Taiwan very soon is coming to an end. A keynote speech session and also 3 plenaries, 4 parallels, a total of 32 talks and a lot of insightful experience sharing. And we would like to thank our speakers and all of you joining us here. 2天的大会呢，很快的已经进入尾声了。我们非常谢谢所有主讲人以及所有与会贵宾您的分享哦。And now, moving on to the closing ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, we got a very special video for you to have a look back on what we have done these 2 days. 那接下来呢，我们闭幕式首先准备了一段影片哦，来回顾一下2天大会的精彩片段。Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look. 请看。
It's our great pleasure to join you all for the 2025 Global Forum, Global Health and Welfare Forum in Taiwan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Liang Ruchen, the Director General of National Health Insurance Administration. Thank you all for coming and traveling all the way from all over the world to participate in the Global Health Forum 2025. In this forum, we share a lot of experiences and we enjoy our friendship. We talk about aging population, the shortage of manpower, or the sustainability of our financial situation of national health insurance. Hopefully, we can invite you all come back to join the next year's Global Health Forum. Thank you again. Here, I express my greatest appreciation. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, give yourself some shout outs. Where are you? The forum is not possible without your participation. 我们再次谢谢各位贵宾哦，踊跃并且热烈的参与我们2天的大会哦。And earlier today we had a ministerial roundtable chaired by Vice Minister Ren Xiangzhuang of Health and Welfare of Taiwan, and we reached some important conclusions that we'd like to share with you. 那我们今天中午举行的部长圆桌会议呢，有达成几个重要的结论，想要跟各位贵宾来分享。And now to read the joint statement, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Bettina Borish, Chief Executive Director of World Federation of Public Health Associations, to the stage. 那接下来呢，我们掌声有请我们圆桌会议的报告人，世界公共卫生协会联盟的执行长 Professor Bettina Borish， 我们宣读圆桌会议的联合宣言。
Good afternoon. It's my honor to read the ministerial joint statement that has been elaborated here during the Global Health and Welfare Forum. The title is Sustainability in Universal Health Coverage, Advancing Resilient Health Systems through Innovation and Collaboration. Preamble. We, the attendees of the Ministerial Roundtable, held on 18th November 2025 at the 2025 Global Health and Welfare Forum in Taiwan, under the patronage of Dr. Chung-Liang Shi, Ministry of Health and Welfare, Republic of China, Taiwan, and chaired by Dr. Zhenxing Shuang, Vice Minister of Health and Welfare, also Taiwan, reaffirm our commitment to exchanging our experiences and developing context-relevant, evidence-based solutions to the health challenges faced by our peoples in the spirit of collaboration and solidarity. We stand together, committed to improve health of our nations and the world at large. We reaffirm our commitment to universal health coverage, which is at the heart of the right to health and a critical enabler to the Sustainable Development Goals, to which we have all committed. Achieving UHC is not only a financial imperative, but a moral, social, and environmental one. We underscore that achieving UHC requires sustained political commitment, strategic investments, and coordinated actions across sectors. Consequently, we call on all members of the international community to strengthen their commitment to achieve these goals and to adopting the following measures to achieve these goals. First, advanced sustainable health financing. Having regard to the severe cuts to international development assistance, we commit to strengthening domestic health financing through equitable, efficient, and transparent mechanisms. We will prioritize pooled funding, strategic purchasing, reduce of out-of-pocket expenditures, and ensure that health investments are aligned with measures to strengthen the resilience of our health systems in an uncertain world. Second, foster inclusive health innovation. We commit to the responsible development and deployment of innovation for all. We stand on the brink of a potential revolution in how healthcare is delivered, with opportunities, but also threats posed by digital health tools and artificial intelligence. Implemented well, this has the potential to change fundamentally how we deliver care. Digital health, including artificial intelligence, holds great potential to strengthen service delivery, but requires robust governance to prevent inequities and unintended harm. Third, we build climate-resilient health systems. We recognize the urgent need to integrate climate adaptation and mitigation into health planning. Among those signing this declaration are some of the most vulnerable countries on the planet in the face of rising sea levels and extreme weather events. We will invest in sustainable infrastructure, early warning systems, and cross-sectoral approaches that protect both people and the planet. Fourth, strengthen global solidarity and cooperation. We call for renewed international collaboration to share knowledge, pool resources, and support countries in fragile and conflict-affected settings, and to ensuring that Taiwan can play a full part in this collaboration. We urge multilateral institutions, donors, and the private sector to align their efforts with existing commitments and with long-term sustainability. Fifth, monitor progress and ensure accountability. We will work with global partners to sustain robust metrics for tracking sustainability in universal health coverage and commit to transparent reporting and peer learning. This declaration is a call to action. We must act with urgency, unity, and innovation to safeguard the health of our people, strengthen the resilience of our health systems, and protect the well-being of future generations. This ministerial joint statement has been adopted by the officials of the following countries: Belize, Eswatini, Guatemala, Haiti, Marshall Islands, Palau, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Republic of China, Taiwan, and Tuvalu.
Thank you very much to Professor Bettina Bartsch. Would you please stay on the stage? With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do one last group photo for our forum this year. And with that, I'm going to call out names. If you hear names, please join us on the stage for the group photo. 那接下来呢，我们要有请我们卫生部次长们到台上来一起合影哦。Ladies and gentlemen, let's firstly welcome Kevin Bernard, Minister of Health and Wellness, Belize. 我们首先欢迎贝里斯卫生部长，有请。Mduduzi Matsebula, Minister of Health, Kingdom of Eswatini, 史瓦蒂尼王国卫生部长，有请。Next, we'd like to invite Joaquin Barnoya, Minister of Public Health and Social Assistance, Republic of Guatemala, 瓜地马拉卫生部部长。And Beknon Kissino, Minister of Public Health and Population, Republic of Haiti, 海地共和国卫生部长，有请。Tuafafa Latasi, Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Tuvalu 卫生部长，欢迎。All right, next we'd like to welcome Jenny Daniel, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs, Saint Lucia, 圣露西亚卫生部次长，有请。Next, we'd like to welcome Nerissa Gittens, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, Wellness and the Environment, Saint Vincent and the Grenadines, 圣文森及格瑞纳丁卫生部次长。And Melvin Naroom, Legal Advisor, Republic of the Marshall Islands, attending on behalf of Minister of Health and Human Services, Ota Kissino. 那接下来我们有请马绍尔群岛共和国的法律顾问 Melvin Naroom 代表卫生部长出席。And Gira Chiso Meko, Chief of Medical Service, Bureau of Hospital Services, Ministry of Health and Human Services, Republic of Palau. 帛琉卫生医疗服务处的处长，有请。And the facilitator of the roundtable, Professor Martin McKee for European Public Health, London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, UK. 我们圆桌会议的主持人，伦敦卫生与热带医学院欧洲公共卫生教授。那同时呢，我们的报告人 Professor Bettina Borish 也已经在台上了。最后，我们要邀请卫生福利部林静怡次长 and also Deputy Minister Jingyi Lin, Ministry of Health and Welfare, ROC Taiwan， 有请次长。好的，我们的联合宣言呢，请递给我们所有台上准备合影的贵宾。And now we're going to do 2 photos, all right, with a joint statement in your hands. The first photo, do not open it yet, okay? Just the cover, all right. 第一张呢，先不要打开哦，我们先秀出我们联合宣言的封套，一起来合照 ，OK? Just show the joint statement. Do not open it yet for the first photo. All right. Okay, you can stand just a little bit closer to each other. Please look at the cameras in front of you, everybody. 3, 2, 1. Okay, one more. 3, 2, 1. Okay, now for the second photo, you can open the joint statement, all right? Let's do one more photo. Okay, 3, 2, 1. And one more. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please give them another big round of applause. 我们再次给台上的卫生部次长们一个掌声。You may return to your seats. 我们要有请卫福部林静怡次长在台上留步，准备致闭幕词。我们其他的卫生部的部次长们可以准备回座了。You may return to your seats right now, and definitely we will continue to make sure sustainability in universal health coverage with more innovation and collaboration in the future. 那当然呢，我们会持续借由创新以及更多的合作来确保永续全民健康覆盖。Ladies and gentlemen, now to share with you some concluding thoughts and the closing remark of Global Health and Welfare Forum in Taiwan 2025. Please welcome once again Deputy Minister Jingyi Lin of Health and Welfare, ROC Taiwan. 我们再次掌声欢迎林静怡次长为我们的大会致闭幕词。
Thank you, honorable health ministers, excellencies, ambassadors and representatives, distinguished guests, all our partners, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
On behalf of the Ministry of Health and Welfare, I would like to thank all of you again for having joined us. We have all benefited greatly from the valuable insights you shared at this Global Health and Welfare Forum. As we draw to a close, I would like to say how pleased we are to have had many outstanding professionals with us to provide all your perspectively and recommendations concerning on health systems and the health and welfare policies. I once again really appreciate all of you join and share your experience with us. Engaged like this are helping to ensure the more sustainable operations of our health and welfare systems. I think thanks all your collective on addressing, sharing global challenges such as super-aging societies, declining birth rates, financial pressures on our health insurance systems, and the shortage of medical manpower. Or are all the challenges we are facing. And thanks all of you give us so many experience, viewpoints, your studies, and all we learn to each other to help all our people to have better life, better health, and more sustainable public health services. We strongly appreciate the presentation of empirical evidence and innovation thinking on these issues. This year, we also hold a successful minister roundtable and released a minister joint statement that is truly important and meaningful for all of us. Roundtable participants made invaluable contribution. Thank you for all your support. Our event may be ending, but our commitment to the sustainable development of health and well-being and continued. Building on the outcomes of this forum, we will develop deeper into successful international experience and data in our effort to ensure that our insurance systems remain financial sound, resilient, and aligned with global trade. Finally, I would like to thank all our international guests and all our partners in Taiwan once again to coming to Taiwan to join the forum. I hope that all you enjoy this forum and your visit this time. I wish you all have the best of health and looking forward to seeing you again. And please, I welcome all you to join next year the Global Forum in 2026. Once again, thank you and have a good night.
Thank you very much to Deputy Minister Jingyu Lin. 非常谢谢林金怡次长. With that, ladies and gentlemen, Global Health and Welfare Forum in Taiwan 2025 has come to an end. We'd like to thank all the speakers for their valuable input. Would you please give all of them another big round of applause? Thank you so much. And most importantly, thank you so much for your participation. The forum is not possible without all of you here. Thank you again. We'll see you next year. Bye-bye. 谢谢各位贵宾，我们大会呢就到这边告一段落，谢谢您的参与哦。那如果有借口译设备的贵宾呢，也请您记得归还随身物品，不要忘记了，谢谢。那我们场外呢备有餐盒，都欢迎各位贵宾呢记得带回家享用哦，谢谢。And we have meal boxes ready outside. Take one with you. Thank you again and have a great evening.
次。
来来来，同仁赶快上来了，我们大功告成了，我们大功告成了，我们上来照个相吧。我们往前，来那个年轻的蹲前面，来年轻的蹲前面，来。来，好，来那个9年级、8年级、7年级的蹲前面，00后的来，请蹲前面。来，怎样？汉肯的在不在？汉肯的，等一下准备一下哈。newsletter 来。这也很不简单哦，来 ，newsletter， 啊，好 ，OK 吗？好，来，自己找洞哦，可以吗？不要被挡到了，历史性的一刻啊，30年只有这一次啊，对不对？第一个30年，好来，我们先比个赞。好，我们比个30。老师慢慢来，老师可以上来跟我们一起照。来，教授。来，我们很有荣幸，我们邀请老师跟我们一起来，老师，要。来，第一排的不要动，好，第2排的退后一点点，来，扶着来，一起来，啊，谢谢，好，太感动了，谢谢老师，好来，我们比个30。好，我们比个爱心。好，小爱心，好，小爱心。对，撒浪嘿哟，好，来，中爱心、大爱心。好，来，会比中爱心、大爱心吗？来，自己就是这样。来，中爱心是这样。好，两个的就是大爱心。来，我跟老师比大爱心。
老师快要撑不住了，赶快来，一滚地。
好，谢谢。来，我们请那个汉肯的团队来前面第1排，请蹲下来。前面第1排继续蹲下来。你们也可以选择坐下，我知道你们的脚都酸了。来，我们请汉肯团队，非常开心哦。我们的大功告成了，来 Melody 对吗？来，Ashley 呢？对 ，Ashley 我们可以一起跑步。好，你可以那个我带老师，对你慢慢走，因为我怕你那个慢慢那个请老师慢慢走，慢慢扶着，慢慢走。来 ，Ashley 嘞？
他在教育训练明天兔儿的工作。
哦，明天好，那今天他先代表来。来 ，OK 吗？还有吗 ？Mandy， 来 Mandy。啊，Ashley 呢？路上来，Ashley 好，我们一定等他一下哈。大家辛苦了，非常谢谢大家大功告成。好，这2天。明天有参访。对，明天有参访。那参访我们的时间有稍微调整一下，对吗？哦。好，来。他马上就飞来了。好，我们先比个赞。 来，Come on，Come on。他是不是也是？没有，他是工读生，工读生也没关系啊。Ashley 来。啊，那个没有 Ashley， 我们是没有拍的哦。来。哦，来，辛苦了。好，来，我们比个赞。好，比个30。好，比个苹果肌。好，谢谢大家，谢谢大家。啊，那个是谁的相机啊？麻烦转出来一下。谢谢组长，谢谢组长，辛苦了，辛苦了。明天还有一天参访。对。谢谢。明天的参访时间我记得好像有稍微改了，反正自由行程好像有把它排到 round down 里面去。有变比较长一点点。对，因为不要让他们再自由。怕他们对，到时候你回来的时候比较麻烦，找不回来。好，那我们就让他在这里慢慢走，慢慢来。好，有备了。跟雨伞，对，因为他上下车一定要有雨伞，然后有一些团队里面如果有一些年纪比较大，对，就协助做一点搀扶。对，可以，没问题。好，谢谢。对，可以，没问题。谢谢组长，谢谢。那边很多看同仁。对，先看同仁，要不要先？好，来那个，等一下外面点心，请同仁准备各拿一下哈。外面点心还很多，因为今天没有晚餐，今天的晚餐就是点心。好，谢谢。